Well, good afternoon, everyone. We'll reconvene the hearing. Thanks very much for your patience while we got ourselves together today. I'll just ask Ms Bennett to start with a karakia, if that's all right. No.
Mino tātai, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mākina, kia mātaratara ki tai, kia hi ake nā ana te atākura, he tio, he huka, he hoipu, tihei mauri ora.
Thank you very much. Look, there's just a couple of housekeeping matters we're going to do before we move in and get into the first submitter of the day, if that's all right. The first is we're slightly more casually attired this afternoon because we've been out on a field trip with the council this morning. It's not been easy sitting in that van, but look, I just want to acknowledge Chris Watt for his support to us this morning from the council. We had a really useful time at Omokoroa and Te Puke, and we worked our way through all the sites and challenges that are in front of this community, and it's given us really good perspective on the challenges you're facing and all between you planning for. So I just want to thank him and thank the council for putting that itinerary together for us. So we'll record where we went and what we did for the decision itself. So thank you for that. And then I think we were going to get some advice from legal counsel for the district in relation to our ability to take account of the final submission we heard yesterday. So perhaps we go there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I also have two small things on my list which we can cover afterwards. One is an update on the issues list, or the list of issues nearly there.
That'd be great, thank you.
And Mr Hextall would like to speak briefly in response to the Waikakotahi presentation yesterday on the Brunning land.
Thank you.
But if I can start addressing the presentation from Perirako yesterday. The chair has asked for legal advice on the question of whether the panel can consider the information that they have heard in their deliberations. The panel has the power to regulate its own proceedings. That's in clause 98 of Schedule 1. And it is an inquisitorial body. So in the absence of any submissions from Tangata Whenua, and my submission, it's open for the panel to consider that it may need to hear from Tangata Whenua to make its recommendations on the plan change. Ms Shepherd presented in the hearing yesterday, so in arguably an open forum where submitters had the opportunity to hear and can address the panel on matters as part of that presentation, and perhaps council can do that formally in reply as well. However, if the panel does seek to rely on information it has heard to make its recommendation that is outside the scope of a submission, then it still needs to be on the plan change as discussed in legal submissions yesterday. If not, there's a real risk of a procedural challenge from a submitter if the panel goes outside the scope of the plan change. Just noting that clause 99, where the power sits for the panel to make recommendations outside the scope of submissions, it does say it can relate to a matter identified by the panel during the hearing. The second part of the question was on the scope and what may be considered on the scope of the plan change. And I set out the law on that in section 6 of the legal submissions yesterday. I've read again the Albany North decision, which related to the Auckland Unitary Plan and the independent hearing panel recommendations in that case. And the question of scope raised two issues. It was legality and fairness. The decision goes through those matters in some detail, and that is in the context for the Auckland Unitary Plan, where the panel made recommendations outside the scope of submissions that triggered a right of appeal to the Environment Court, not the High Court. So there was quite some contention whether or not submissions were its recommendations were within the scope of submissions or not, because it had that different appeal relief. But the comments around legality and fairness, I think, are equally relevant here, and those are the points that also come from the Clearwater case I discussed yesterday. Before discussing scope and the detail in terms of what Ms. Shepherd presented yesterday, I think it's important for me to note some details around the Council's consultation with Tangata Whenua through this process and the attempts it's made to support Tangata Whenua lodging submissions. This has been set out in the Section 32 and the Section 42A reports, but just if I can briefly just go through those for your benefit. In terms of Omokoroa, there was consultation with Pirirako during the structure planning process and prior to notification of Plan Change 92. There's an Appendix 7 to the Section 32 report, which goes through those discussions, the management plans, the engagement undertaken, feedback received. As you may have heard, the Council also established two friends of the submitters, one specifically for Tangata Whenua groups, and that friend was an independent planning consultant who had whose role included to assist Tangata Whenua in the preparation of their submissions on Plan Change 92. That's discussed in the Section 42A introduction report. I note that the 42A report, this is on page 18 of that report, also discusses in terms of the structure planning process, Pirirako's involvement in development of the Omokoroa Urban Design Cultural Overlay, which informed and influenced the Stage 3 structure plan. That document highlights the opportunity for waterways restoration, flora and fauna preservation, enhancement opportunities to strengthen connections to the land, water, and it has been used to guide the structure plan process. There was also a reference in the 42A report to Council continuing to engage with Pirirako, and most recently there has been a discussion and email from the Deputy CEO to Pirirako in early August seeking to capture their views on the plan change. Ms. Shepherd yesterday did confirm that there has been consistent participation in the plan change between Council and Pirirako. So then turning at a very high level at this stage to what we've understood the requests from Pirirako to be and what they included. And as a general comment, a lot of the comments did seem to be outside of the scope of the plan change. And that included the ecological protection area, which I understood to seek to protect future urbanisation outside of the Stage 3 area, so retaining that rural character and rural zoning and along the flight pathway of the Kaka. In my submission, that the scope of the plan change in terms of its geographical areas is quite clear in the maps with the red lines around Omokoroa. And the panel could make reference in any decision to Pirirako not opposing the development within Stage 3, but on the basis that further urban development does not spread into other areas of their rohe. There were also comments around protection of the gully systems or the lungs to Taio, and seeking a comprehensive plan for stormwater management that enshrines Mahinga Kai. And so there may be opportunities through the natural open space zone provisions to see whether there's any changes that might address the concerns there. In terms of the Clearwater tests, the natural open space zone is obviously a new zone proposed through Plan Change 92. So it would meet the first part of the test, and then the key consideration will be whether any changes would be made without a real opportunity for participation by potentially affected parties. And so that's the fairness and that's the natural justice test on scope. That is very important. In terms of stormwater management, I can confirm that Pirirako was consulted as part of the preparation of the stormwater consent renewal application that was discussed yesterday and lodged last year, and that engagement is ongoing. There is also, as referred to by Ms. Shepherd, provision in Appendix 7 of the relating to the structure plans around earthworks procedures. It's section 4.9 of Appendix 7. And Appendix 7 was part of the plan change, and while there was no changes proposed to section 4.9, there may be an opportunity to consider whether there's any updates or changes could be made to that document, which would be similar to the natural open space zone, where changes have been made to Appendix 7, but the key question would be that second part in terms of fairness to other parties. My final comment would be in response to Commissioner Bennett making reference to qualifying matters. A qualifying matter is something that is incompatible with the level of development proposed under the medium density residential standards. There are a number of requirements in terms of qualifying matters to be considered. The spatial extent and location, the extent to which they mean the level of development should be reduced under the MDRS. And any, in my submission, it would be too late to introduce a qualifying matter at this stage, given the level of detail required through the assessment of those qualifying matters. I would say that a number of the issues raised by Ms. Shepherd will be considered on an ongoing basis by the Council, and whether that provides any comfort to the panel. Those are my submissions in response to your questions.
That's really useful. Thank you very much for that. It's, I guess it's been really helpful having the commentary from the submitter yesterday evening and then seeing things in detail today, and gives you a much better sense of what was reported to us in a, this relatively sterile forum. And it also reinforces the enormous challenge, not only that your council is facing, but that Pirirako have been facing over this past 20 years or so at that site. I'm not going to attribute to anyone, but obviously it looks like the horse has bolted when you make your way through that settlement. I guess my direct question to you is, and you may have answered this already, but if the panel was minded to have directive provisions in there in relation to the specific issue of a cultural landscape, is that consistent with the view that you've just expressed to us?
I guess I would just need to understand if by directive provisions you mean additional rules, or what the effect of the provisions would be.
We really have not talked about that in any great detail, but I guess there's a parallel there around stormwater management, where there's a management planning response and there are triggers associated with that. That's conceivably, one approach that could be taken.
Yeah, I guess my response would be that you really do need to consider scope on a case-by-case basis. So you would need to understand what the changes were and then work through those tests as to whether it's something that has been, whether the status, the plan change or the proposed changes, whether the plan change the status quo in the district plan for the first part, and then that fairness issue in terms of the opportunity for potentially affected parties to be involved, or whether they'd change without the opportunity for them to be involved. So,
Yes. So in the context of a Part 2 assessment for this, would the explanation you just gave us a few minutes ago of the efforts undertaken by the council, and that's not challenged by the panel, it certainly wasn't by the submitter, or it's very evident there's a generous relationship between the parties, but would you be saying that that suffices for the purposes of saying of Section 6 matters in this regard?
no, I don't think I'm saying that. And obviously Section 6 matters are important, so...
Right. No, we're exploring a very difficult and challenging space, so it's useful to have your contribution. Thank you. Any other questions or queries from the panel? Oh, thank you. Thanks for that. You've got a couple of other matters there. Thanks, Ms.
Yes,
Miller.
if I can cover briefly an issue. You asked for a list of issues that were very nearly there.
Yes.
There were two matters that we had on the list. The first was as a result of the Waikakotahi presentation yesterday.
Yes, thank you.
I can report Mr. Clow has been in a meeting for the best part of the morning with Waikakotahi and Kaingora. There has been progress, but we'll provide an update. Yeah, there's still more work to be done, so we'll probably deal with that in closing and reply.
Thank you. You've committed no crime, and we really do thank you for the effort. It will make a difference to the hearing.
And the second matter were some of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council provisions that were discussed by Mr. Manihira yesterday. He has spoken to the planner for Regional Council, who's here today, Mr. Tupai, and they've had an initial discussion. I think you'll hear from the submitter today, but there may be an opportunity for them to get together tomorrow. And so unfortunately those are the only two things on the list, but there has been some progress on both of those. So the next thing was just whether we could briefly, Mr. Hexwell would like to provide an update following the Waikakotahi presentation yesterday, and it might be appropriate to slot that in now, if it's possible.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thought I'd just very briefly give a quick, update from yesterday's hearing where we were presented with these plans for Waikakotahi. And the reason I thought it's relevant is that the Regional Council's about to give their evidence. And this, as shown on this plan, it shows their proposed alteration to designation, which affects the Brunning property, which you probably, I presume, saw in some form today.
Yes.
The key thing on this, and I've confirmed with the consultant, is that their plans are actually showing that the entire natural open space zone that was proposed and then adjusted by recommendation is actually subject to cut and fill on that plan. So you'll see that so basically the wetlands and some of the other areas that were included in that way have actually been shown to be, I'll get this thing working. So if I get to someone's eye. So you've got on those plans, you've got the cut and fill that goes through the Brunning site. Then what they've actually said.
Sorry, we'll just wait till the red dot's
right.
working, unless I can't see it there.
So
Yes,
we've got
thank you.
through that area through there. We've got cut and fill. It's not very clear on this particular one, but those plans you got yesterday.
Yes.
So looking at this as their offsetting. So they're basically saying we're going to cut and fill to provide for the interchange in this area, which is the Brunning property.
Yes.
This is also Brunning property, but outside the areas, I guess, of contention. And they're going to do ecological restoration in these areas and some wide areas through here. So
Yes.
that's just it's probably the first time that this plan's been presented in the hearing format, and has been subject to, I guess, consultation and discussion with property owners, but just give some context to what we're dealing with. As you're also aware, there's questions of scope issues by another submitter that will be addressed later on. So I just think for context-wise, it's useful just to have that available.
Thank you. Look, I think that's broadly as we understood it yesterday as well from the presentation from Waka Kotahi. And it was really useful again to see it on the ground this morning. It puts it all in perspective. Thank you. Anything else from the council?
At this stage.
Thank you very much for that. Right, perhaps we'll invite our first submitter for the day, Bay of Plenty Regional Council. The time is all yours. I think we've got a couple of hours there, but we'll leave it to you to use that time as you see fit, and obviously there'll be questions from the panel. Welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I introduced myself yesterday. I was sitting and watching. Didn't get to see Waka Kotahi, so that's a bit of a surprise, but good to know. So I'm Rachel Boyd. I am legal counsel at the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. I'm not sure whether you've had a chance to read our legal submissions.
No, I have not read your legal submission, so yes.
Okay. So the first thing you'll notice is that they're actually prepared by Sharon Wooler, who has very ably assisted the Regional Council with its involvement in this process. And unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately for her, she is now in Europe and left yesterday. So I'm going to endeavour to present her submissions to the panel. And I don't propose to go through them in detail. I recognise that you haven't had the chance to read them. They are very thorough, and so it's worthwhile going through them later. But I will focus on some of the key points.
We'll do that, and others may well have been there, but we'll do that. And if you can summarise the critical issues for us, that would be great.
Sure. These submissions do go into a bit of detail on one of the outstanding issues between the two councils, which is the natural open space zone and the boundaries of that zone. I will probably cover that even more briefly now, but we may need to take some time to actually reflect on what we've seen and have some discussions with Western Bay, and we may need to provide a further response.
I think it's fair to say the panel is particularly interested in those issues.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Right, okay, so the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is here strongly supporting Plan Change 92. We have been through a very collaborative approach with the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, and we want to acknowledge the extensive amount of work done by the council in very tight timeframes and the openness to engage. And the two parties, I think, have worked really well together and have a really robust set of provisions. The council is seeking some minor changes to the plan, and as Ms Stubbing has referred to, some of those changes are still the subject of ongoing discussions between the two councils, and those discussions will continue tomorrow. The two councils are very well aligned in terms of our interpretation and application generally of the higher order statutory and policy directions, including ensuring the incorporation of the new density provisions occurs not just in a manner that gives effect to those key provisions in the Enabling Housing Act and the National Policy Direction on Urban Development, but also augments the directions in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, the RPS and the Regional Plan to manage the effects of land use and development on water bodies and the environment while still providing for a well-functioning urban environment. So, as I've mentioned, there is a significant amount of agreement between the two councils and some outstanding matters that I'll cover at a high level, but there are witnesses here that will go through and provide some more detail on each of those outstanding matters. We have also withdrawn several submission points, and those are set out at paragraph 6 of the legal submissions. So, turning to part 1 of the legal submissions, this explains the Regional Council's involvement in proposed Plan Change 92. The Council recognises that this is a new process to speed up the provision of residential land, but in accordance with its functions under Section 30 as a smart growth partner, and also under 3.5 of the MPSFM, which I'll come back to in some detail shortly. The council really seeks to assist Western Bay and the panel in three key areas. So our focus has been on ensuring that the effects, including cumulative downstream effects of land use change and the density as proposed, are recognised and managed as required by the various high order documents. We want to make sure that Plan Change 92 is robust in considering and achieving integrated management between councils, including by ensuring that structure planning covers necessary areas. And also interim planning incorporating and enabling the medium density residential standards does not foreclose options for the upcoming detailed new planning to give effect to the national policy statements. So as you're aware, obviously there's a huge work stream in train, particularly in relation to the freshwater management NPS. There are going to be updates to the regional policy statement and regional plan at the end of next year, all things going according to plan. And what we want is to not foreclose options by putting in provisions that will enable development that we can't then implement some of the things that we're looking to implement to achieve what that NPS is setting out to achieve. Overall, what we're trying to ensure is that there's more environment-led and integrated management approaches and less development-led reactive approaches. We want to make sure that everything is front-ended, cumulative effects are able to be addressed, and things aren't done on a piecemeal consent by consent basis. And through the discussions that we've had with Western Bay, we think that we have a pretty good set of provisions that achieve a lot of those things. A few things more are required, but it's a really good set of workable provisions. So there are also a couple of areas where the evidence suggests that there might be a need for further consideration, but they're not matters that we can necessarily take much further at this point because of the timing issues, or because we don't have the up-to-date information we need at the moment. And those are really in three areas, and you can explore those with the witnesses further. The first is in relation to KiwiRail infrastructure in subcatchment N1, which is in Omokoroa Stage 3. So Mrs. Teolarden, who unfortunately is unable to be here today, she's quite unwell, has raised in her engineering evidence an issue in relation to cumulative flows and the potential impact that might have on downstream KiwiRail infrastructure. And this seems to be an issue of timing where there hasn't been sufficient, there seems to be an understanding that the work needs to be done to understand what the cumulative impact of development in that subcatchment might be, but there hasn't been sufficient time to do that work up front. And so before the development commences. So there is an issue about aligning that at the moment that hasn't quite been resolved between the two councils. So Mr. Manuhira in his rebuttal agrees that the assessment should be done, but as I understand it, believes that it can be done at a detailed design stage. And Ms. Teolarden's, and apologies, I'm having to give her view, she's not able to be here, but she can answer questions in writing. Her view is that without that initial assessment being done up front, we're unable to sufficiently divine what the problem is or what the challenge is up front. And if we can't do that at this early stage, then we can't do the required fulsome options analysis to work out what we need to do to address the problem. And assessment of the best practicable option won't be able to be done from the outset. I will explain who the witnesses are later, and we do have Mr. Townsend from the council, who is actually, he's the engineering manager, and he is able to provide a little bit more explanation of that point in Ms. Teolarden's absence. The other two issues relate to the Te Puke flood maps. So Mr Townsend the Regional Council has accepted that the proposed flooding maps won't be retained in the plan change, so it will fall back to the existing ones. And I understand that that's an issue over being able to rely on the modelling that was undertaken, and the hope is that that will be able to be undertaken in an updated way, and then will assist with the upcoming spatial plan and district plan review process. There is also the issue of impermeable surfaces, which was something that Mr Clow spoke about yesterday. Just wanting to, so at this stage, the Regional Council doesn't know from the modelling or reports whether there will be intensification effects on the assets, our downstream assets, or whether the various mitigations proposed will prevent those effects on the drainage scheme. And so that's just a bit of an unknown at this point, but to clarify, because there was some suggestion in rebuttal that the 50% impervious standard was opposed, that isn't opposed, that's supported as the at least kind of scenario. It shouldn't be any less than that. Part 2 of the submissions give a bit of introductory context to the legal issues. Regional Council notes the regional importance of Omokoroa and Te Puke as planned urban areas. But I guess recent events have underscored the need to address effects management and risk early and comprehensively. And so what we're seeking is timely consideration and integrated management to support that intensification. And to provide an interim response to the requirements of the MPSFN. So that's really at the heart of our submission on the plan change. The integrated management. And I'll refer to Mr Hexel's comments yesterday because I think it's quite a useful way of framing it, where he was talking about limiting duplication and trying to get the balance right between the regional and district council functions. I think there is a crossover in functions in any event between the district and regional council when we're looking at these kind of activities, land use and the impacts on waterways and natural hazards. And I think that's clear from a reading of sections 30 and 31. So section 31 is the district council's functions, and that obviously requires control of any actual potential effects of the use, development or protection of land, including for the purpose of the avoidance or mitigation of natural hazards and the prevention of or mitigation of any adverse effects of the development, subdivision or use of contaminated land. So you've got a clear crossover of functions there in any event. And I think what's more is now we're looking at these things in the context of clause 3.5 of the MPS 2020, which I've now lost off my screen, so just bear with me. And I do want to read some of this out because I think this provides extremely strong direction for integrated management when we're looking at land use change that can affect water. So clause 3.5 requires the adoption of the integrated approach, ki te ki tai, as required by Te Mana o Te Wai. And it talks about the interconnectedness of the entire environment from the mountains and lakes. It also asks us to recognise the interactions between freshwater land, water bodies, ecosystems, receiving environments. Importantly, at 1C, manage freshwater and land use and development in catchments in an integrated and sustainable way to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects, including cumulative effects on the health and well-being of water bodies, freshwater ecosystems and receiving environments, and encourage the coordination and sequencing of regional or urban growth. Local authorities at 3, that share jurisdiction over a catchment must cooperate in the integrated management of the effects of land use and development on fresh water. And at 4, every TA must include objectives, policies and methods in its district plan to promote positive effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects, including cumulative effects of urban development on the health and well-being of water bodies, freshwater ecosystems and receiving environments. So I think this has changed the game a little bit, and I think there's a really, really strong direction there around integrated management and a blurring of functions in this space. And I think a lot of what we've done with Western Bay has been really strongly aligned with that. And also just the importance in this space of actually covering the field. So duplication in my submission is to be preferred over gaps, which lead to poor planning outcomes and environmental outcomes. So as long as the duplication is consistent, I don't think it's to be feared. Structure planning, such as what's undertaken and proposed by Western Bay, is a vital part of that approach and is mandated by method 18 of the RPS. And I'll talk in a minute about the importance of giving effect to that method. So part 2, I think I've already had a part 2, but another part 2 is legal framework just more generally. So we say that the key issue is how should plan change 92 best give effect to statutory, national and regional directions while remaining workable and reflecting a best practice approach. And I won't take you through that in too much detail, but just to highlight a couple of important things. The enabling housing legislation itself doesn't give a lot of detail on the applicability of the other parts of the RMA that direct how a district council is to go about the plan change preparation. So there are a couple of little points in it, but generally it doesn't displace the normal statutory functions and requirements of a district plan. So importantly, section 75(3)A continues to require that district plans give effect to any national policy statement. And we've got a couple of really key ones here. Obviously, we've got the MPSFM and the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. We've also got the MPS-IB, which was gazetted in June 2023. So that has some relevance as well, including to the Natural Open Space Zone. And section 75(3)C still requires that a district plan gives effect to any regional policy statement, and that's a firm obligation, and that includes the requirement to give effect to method 18, which is our structure planning method in the RPS. And just to cover 77G, which no doubt will be raised, which is the duty on district councils to impose the MDRS and the objectives of the policies of the MPSUD. And 77G8 provides that the requirement to incorporate the MDRS into a relevant residential zone applies irrespective of any inconsistent objective or policy in a regional policy statement. So some people say that anything that's inconsistent with enabling growth in the RPS is not to be followed. That's an incredibly narrow view of it, and in my view isn't supported, isn't supportable. In my submission, 77G8 has a very specific meaning that does not oust the application of the RPS other than in very narrow circumstances. So what it means is that the requirement for incorporation of the MDRS cannot be overridden by, for example, an RPS objective or policy relating to development yield or timing of urbanisation. So these are things that conflict directly with the density. They may be potentially inconsistent with the MDRS, but clearly there are a wide range of RPS matters that will still be entirely relevant. And there's still this requirement to be not inconsistent with a regional plan. And we have protection of streams and protection of wetlands and other important policies and directions in the plan as well. From paragraph 39, the submissions talk about the Waikanae decision, which Ms. Stubbing took you through yesterday. The Regional Council's position is very similar. Waikanae has been, a dark cloud has been cast over the Environment Court's decision in Waikanae by the Kapiti IHP panel's decision. And in my submission, that panel's decision is correct. Just a nice quote from that decision. Respectfully, we cannot understand how a territorial authority could sensibly implement the MDRS except in a way that ensures other or further requirements than in the existing plan for earthworks, fencing, infrastructure and stormwater management would be applied in the face of the enabled intensification. The management regime operates, that's probably not the best one actually, operates across a new urban landscape of greater development potential, not just the site under construction. So I'll come back and talk about next I think I'll just focus on the natural open space zone, because that it does seem to be kind of the one larger area that the Regional Council and the Western Bay Council don't necessarily align on, with the proviso that we obviously need to go back and reflect a little bit on the new information. But I'll talk about generally the jurisdiction to impose the zone in the first place, because that was a matter that's been raised by the Brunnings. And then when I come to the scope for the relief the Regional Council seeking, I wonder if I might park that, and it might be something that we come back to later. Yeah. So, where's my other? Right. Okay, so I'm just moving some paper around, apologies. So the Regional Council strongly supports the natural open space zone. We agree with Western Bay of Plenty District Council, Council, that there is scope or jurisdiction to include this zone for the reasons that she's outlined. Section 80E clearly includes as related provisions that can be subject to an IPI or ISPP, objectives, policies, rules, standards and zones that support or are consequential on the MDRS or relevant policies of the MPSUD. So it would be a strange error if they meant zones, if they didn't mean to include zones in that provision. And I just refer to one of the points made by legal counsel for Mr. Brunning, or for the Brunnings. She seems to be suggesting that the focus is on whether or not it's a residential zone for the purposes of the direction in 77G, which I referred to before as the section that establishes the duty to incorporate the MDRS into the residential zones. But that's not the section that says what can and cannot be included in the ISPP. And I also note her reference to the rare and narrow passing of legislation that removes appeal rights, such as this, which she says supports a very narrow approach to what is enabled through the ISPP process. And the panel in Kapiti actually addressed this point directly, and they said, and I refer to this at paragraph 52, the panel does not take a hostile view about the scope of an IPI just because the usual procedures for appeal to the Environment Court do not apply. Increasingly streamlined planning processes are becoming a feature of the RMA. There is no evidence that Parliament intended the interpretation of the legitimate scope of an IPI to be construed narrowly or introduce inherent limitations manifestly against Part 2 and Objective 1, which is the well-functioning environment, urban environment. Indeed, the term supporting or consequential on is terminology that suggests an element of appropriate judgment, and hence the openness of the language in the RMA section 80E 1 and 2. And I'd just draw attention to the recent enactment of the Natural and Built Environment Act, which I'm sure if you've read, you'll see how limited appeal rights have become under that new legislation. So in my submission, that's not a valid reason to take an overly narrow approach here. So I think other than the actual jurisdiction to impose the NLS, we have prepared evidence and submissions on this issue of the boundaries of the NLS, and I'm just not sure how far we want to take any of those points at the moment, or if we want to regroup. Yeah, we'll probably regroup. We can touch on some of these things, but again, with the proviso that we'll need to reflect on what the implications are for our case of that new designation that's been floated. But we have in our written submissions dealt with the scope in detail. So if the NLS for some reason stayed the same, those are all entirely relevant points as well. So now I think I'll probably just move on to introducing the witnesses. So we've got today 7 or 6. As I mentioned, Ms. Teolarden unfortunately couldn't be here. Yesterday, when Western Bay gave their evidence, it was quite helpful, I thought, for the kind of hot tubbing style. We've got a lot of evidence that overlaps as well, so that might be that if you have questions, someone else might be better placed to assist with that. So we're just going to sit here and they're each going to read a bit of a summary of their evidence, and then if you have any questions, they might chip in if that suits you.
That would be, I think, very helpful if we could do it that way.
So Mark Townsend is the head of Regional Council's engineering team. His primary evidence relates primarily to Te Puke, but he is able to provide some general comments on Omokaroa, which is Kathy Teolarden's evidence, and on the Kiwi Rail infrastructure issue. Ms. Sue Ira is appearing online. She's based out of the store here. She is
I wondered how you counted to 6, sorry.
7, 8, yeah, no, there's people all over the place.
Yeah.
I should have counted that more carefully first. So she is providing evidence in relation to water quality and catchment management planning, water sensitive design and green infrastructure. She has significant experience in that area. Mr. Keith Hamill is here, he's just down here, as an ecologist with almost 30 years experience, who's been involved in planning for Omokaroa for several years now. And one of the key things he has covered is the suggested amendments to the zone on Running Land. We also have Mr. Mark Iverme, who is a senior natural hazards planner at the Regional Council. He supports the approach in Plan Change 92, so he's not going to, we're proposing that he doesn't read his evidence, but if you have any questions, you can ask him. Ms. Marlene Bosch is a principal consents advisor, and she'll provide evidence in support of the need for integrated management, structure planning and comprehensive stormwater planning at the district plan stage, and talks about some of the challenges to the management of cumulative effects when left to be done on a consent by consent basis. And then we have Mr. Nathan Tapairi, who's providing planning evidence for council and will take some time to take you through his evidence, including the remaining changes that we continue to seek. And he's prepared a very useful table that's attached to his evidence that summarises the relief sought, which he's updated post-rebuttal, and he can take you through that. Okay, he doesn't have the post-rebuttal update. It's useful nonetheless. So that's it for me. Any questions on the legal issues arising?
No, look, if it's all right with you, maybe we ask the questions as a whole and you can send them to whoever
Perfect.
is
Okay.
the most likely victim.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I just want to emphasise one point in my evidence, which is point 10 regarding the 50% impervious, and basically it's in support of what Ms. Boyd has talked about already. So I'll draw your attention to the screen, and up there is our infrastructure downstream of Te Puke, and just to give you a little bit of heads up on what's happening at present. So all of those red lines are essentially 1% AEP stop banks areas. And the 3 middle ones, the Reparapa Hoi Canal, the Oirihaneanga Canal and the Waiari Canal, all need upgrading. The main river, which is on the right-hand side, extending from, it says Te Matai there, all the way to the downstream end near those pump stations, that doesn't need any upgrading. So what I'm emphasising there is there seems to be a lot of extra runoff coming out of Te Puke. Also, you'll see the top right-hand corner, there's 3 pump stations. This is the assets that we had in place 3 years ago. We're just going through an upgrade to our asset management plan now. There's 2 new pump stations closer to Te Puke, already constructed, and then there's a 3rd one under design at present. So again, just emphasising this is a major concern for us, is the amount of runoff which is coming out of the Te Puke area. So obviously we've got the effects of climate change facing everybody, and as a river engineer, it's the number one thing that we're concerned about. So in terms of upgrades, all of those areas, we've got our hands full with climate change. We can't have increased runoff coming from development adding to that particular issue that we've got. There's limited options available for us. They're all expensive, and alternatives, and we have looked at many alternatives, have many ramifications. In terms of the modelling that's been undertaken, Western Bay of Plenty undertook some modelling in conjunction with ourselves, I might add, in very tight timeframes. And once that modelling was delivered in time for this plan change, we undertook a peer review, so we got an independent peer review done. Unfortunately, it highlighted a number of issues. And so basically we're at the point now where I can't sit here and put my hand on my heart, this side, that we're confident in the results. So hence, there's a bit of unease about what's been put in front of us. In terms of the 50%, we're in support of the intent of the 50%. We understand why it was put forward, but unfortunately the modelling doesn't currently support it. So we need to work more with our colleagues from Western Bay to basically to give ourselves the assurance that 50% is appropriate, because if it's not, we may have to talk about a greater level of imperviousness, or sorry, a lesser amount of imperviousness, get that right the right way. Yep, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Shall I move on to I'll now act as Kathy. Questions? Yeah, any questions on that aspect?
We'll come to you all, I think, if that's all right.
Thank you. So again, with subcatchment N1 and Mokoroa, again, Ms. Boyd has explained it rather well. So I'm just going to talk about the practical side. So I won't talk about rules and so forth. Basically, there's an area of land which is subject to development, which is a subcatchment N1. If an upfront assessment is done, you can assess the downstream effects. So if we've got a railway embankment, there's a pipe or culvert sitting in there now. If you do an upfront assessment of that whole subcatchment area, you can assess whether that pipe or culvert needs to be upgraded and to what size. You can assess that right at the start. The alternative is that each individual subdivision or development occurs and they do an assessment and they decide that that culvert needs to be upgraded to this size. Then the next development comes along and they go through their design and they go, well, actually that culvert's not big enough, that needs to be that size. And then the third one, da 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 da. So we want to avoid having to end up upgrading that culvert multiple times. Better to do it once, and the best way to do that is do the work up front.
I have got a question then. I'm not going to wait till the end now. Could I get one of the team to put in a Mokoroa aerial up on the screen so we can see it? Someone must have something.
Could I suggest the structure plan if you're trying to identify the location?
That would be
of
great.
that conflict?
Yep, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Because I gather you're talking generally.
Yes.
And having just been out to the site, out to that place this morning, I just want to test some things with you. Sorry to put you on the spot. If it's not possible, then it's fine. I'll just paint the picture in the air with my hands or something.
We can always come back to it if
Yeah.
she needs a bit of time.
Sure.
If it helps, sorry to interrupt over the loudspeaker. This is Sue Iris speaking. If it helps, I can share the catchment management plan map through my computer.
Let's try that. We'll go to the voice of God there. And yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. That might do the trick. So just tie ho for 2 seconds and we'll see if that does the job. It's really just a,
No problem. I'll give it a try.
thank you. That's great.
Has that come up for everyone?
That's great, thank you. That'll do the trick just fine. So sorry about that.
Gotcha.
So what we saw this morning, and I said it a little bit earlier on, is, and tell me if I'm wrong, and I'm happy for the council, the district council to intervene here, but it looks like the horse is bolted, and I'm trying to put into context what you're saying about future development against the enormous scale of development that we saw this morning for areas that are covered by this plan change. So when you're talking about cumulative effects of piecemeal development, it's happening. So I'm interested in whether you're providing for what is already occurring and whether that's fully understood, or whether it's in addition to that.
Yeah, it's both. So yes, acknowledging that, to an extent the horse is bolted, but there is still future development occurring. And so we want to get in front of it essentially by doing that whole catchment analysis.
Right. Because would be, I don't know, one of the Western Bay Plenty staff might be able to assist, but of the potential that's generated by this plan change, as a percentage, broadly speaking, what do you think is underway right now that's consented? Yeah, maybe just slow it down a little bit and just point to the places where we don't want to bring another witness in, but we were with a council staff member this morning who took us around, but one of you will have it. But if one of you could point to where there's current development consented and underway or about to be underway.
So my understanding, in terms of the map that we've got up on the screen, that's stage 3, and that's all the new urban growth area.
Yes.
There are 2 developments that have been consented along Prole Road.
Yes.
The one Anna is pointing to at the moment, that's the Omokoroa Country Club.
Yes.
I'm not too sure how many dwellings, it's over maybe 150, 160.
From our observation, almost the entire length of the road on the left-hand side heading down, all the way up to the gully
It's a majority, yes.
Yes.
And then directly opposite,
Yes.
where Miss Price is now pointing, that's the Ponarua, which has been undertaken by Classic.
Yes, and probably something in the order of 50% of that right-hand side of the road. Was that a bit of an overstatement?
Yeah, I think that is an overstatement in terms of for all the orange area, which is MDRS. I would estimate those 2 developments are about 10%.
Right.
For the particular catchment around this assessment and these cumulative effects, that's catchment N1, which is indicated by this yellow
Yes.
line. And in that particular catchment, it's quite a large proportion, I would say. You're getting
Right.
up closer to kind of 30, 40%.
And including the stormwater infrastructure that we saw right at the bottom of the hill, which is a more communal scheme. It's not just for the retirement village, country club.
There is the existing infrastructure that I'm aware of adjoins this subdivision, which is the
Yes.
Kaimai Views, and there is existing stormwater infrastructure.
Yeah.
that partly serves the Punarua development, but I believe there's more of it is heading back towards this future proposed stormwater.
So that's at the end of, is it Proles Road?
Prole Road, yes.
Prole
that's
Road,
at
sorry.
the end of Prole Road.
Yeah.
And in that particular location, there is a culvert which travels beneath the Kiwi Rail
Right.
asset, which is what is of concern to the regional council around the capacity of that culvert and whether it requires upgrading.
Right. Amongst other things, from what I hear. Is that your kind of understanding of what's occurring in that space?
I must apologise that the expert is Mr. Theoladin and not myself.
Right.
So there's only a limited amount that I could actually offer, and I think I'm exhausted.
That's fine. I'm just trying to make sure there's a common understanding. Is there anyone from the regional council who has visited that area in recent times and is current with the scale of the enterprise?
That's Kathy. So
Right.
I respectfully request that the questions are then passed on to Kathy, then she can
Yeah,
respond
that's
in
fine.
due
Thank you
course.
very much. All right. So for those who are going to be responding to this, the question is, in the context of the development that's already occurring, what is the value of the proposition that you're putting? I'm not saying there's no value at all, obviously. So thank you. Right, who was next? Or did I cut you off halfway through?
The voice is going to come back down.
Right.
Sue is going to present next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wondered if I could make a request for the camera oh, there we go. I can see the commissioners now. Thank you so much. As requested, I'm going to take my evidence as read, and I prepared a short synopsis for you all today to share with you. My evidence covers the need for integrated stormwater management at the land use planning stages and water quality effects of land use change on the freshwater and the marine receiving environment. I'll now summarize the main points of my evidence that I wish to bring to your attention. So catchment planning is needed at the land use decision stage. This approach is essential because land use and development decisions are closely connected to the health and well-being of water and the risks of water-related hazards to communities. Improving the integration of land use and water planning is essential to achieve a vision of protecting and enhancing the life-supporting capacity of the region's waters, Te Mana o Te Wai. Western Bay have prepared a catchment management plan for the Omakura Stage 3 area, both to support this plan change, but also for their comprehensive stormwater discharge consent. I've been involved with providing advice, support, and technical review of the catchment plan on behalf of the Regional Council since November 2021. I fully support the preparation of this document and the approach which it recommends for managing the effects of stormwater discharges on the receiving environment. In paragraphs 13 to 25 of my evidence, I provide details on the effects of stormwater discharges from urban areas and why catchment planning is necessary at the structure planning stage. The Omakura Stage 3 catchment management plan relies on a water-sensitive design and treatment train approach to manage the effects of stormwater discharges. The focus of this approach is the use of natural systems such as swales, rain gardens, and wetlands, as well as the management of contaminants at source, so devices such as rain tanks, but also using inert building materials. And these are needed not just to mitigate, but also to avoid effects from contaminants and disconnect impervious areas from the receiving environment. In paragraphs 27 to 39, I explain the concept of water-sensitive design and the treatment train approach. And I outline why these approaches are considered best practice in terms of managing effects of stormwater discharges from these increases in impervious areas that we see through land use change. Just as an example, one of the main aims of water-sensitive design is to protect and enhance values and functions of natural systems and to integrate green space surrounding these systems with nature-based stormwater management solutions or green infrastructure. These systems are often termed blue-green corridors, and not only do they provide ecosystem services and enhance the well-being of communities, but they also disconnect these impervious areas from the receiving environment and assist with reducing the volume and the rate at which stormwater is discharged, therefore reducing accelerated stream channel erosion and flooding. Water-sensitive design also provides water quality benefits via green infrastructure and the treatment train approach, and source control via practices such as minimizing earthworks and reducing impervious surfaces. This approach effectively aims to mimic the natural water cycle, and I've included that as figure 1 in my evidence for you. And it's through the creation of quality urban green spaces amongst these densely developed urban zones, and they're able to act like sponges to mitigate the effects of stormwater discharges. So in this regard, the natural open space zones, as proposed in Plan Change 92 and the recommendations by Mr. Taperi for the changes to those zones, are really important implementation methods which are needed to support the outcomes of the water-sensitive design vision, which is implemented through the catchment management plan. So overall, I do consider that the water-sensitive design approach recommended in the catchment plan is the best practical option for managing the effects of stormwater discharges from the increases in impervious areas for the Stage 3 Omukuroa area. However, in order to ensure this approach is implemented, provisions do need to be incorporated into Plan Change 92. And my evidence outlines that I'm fully supportive of the proposed provision 12.4.5.17b as recommended in the Section 42A Planners Report for Stage 3. With respect to water quality management and implementation of water-sensitive design, I'm also fully supportive of 12.4.5.17b for the remainder of the medium-density residential zones in Omukuroa and in Te Puke. Water-sensitive design is neither pro nor anti-development. Rather, it is a design approach to site development, and it can be applied on a single site scale or a catchment-wide scale, and it can be applied in brownfields or greenfields areas. So by using inert roofing materials, rain tanks, and green infrastructure through redevelopment, effects of stormwater discharges from the intensification on the receiving environment, on communities, and on the capacity of Western Bay's stormwater network can be reduced. In my opinion, a water-sensitive design approach will assist in achieving the planned outcomes of the Te Puke Comprehensive Stormwater Consent and result in a positive improvement. In paragraphs 50 to 55, I discuss cumulative effects of stormwater discharges and why water-sensitive design is an internationally accepted approach for managing the risks and cumulative effects. Linked to that discussion, I also discussed my concerns relating to the definition of net site area, which was as notified in the plan change, and it excluded driveway areas. This issue has now been addressed within the Section 42A Planners Report, and I'm fully supportive of Western Bay's recommended approach defining the impervious surface limits for Rule 14.4.2d on the basis of site rather than net site area. I'm also fully supportive of the comprehensive definition of impervious area, which is used in Plan Change 92. In my evidence, I do respond to 2 issues raised by 2 separate submitters. The first one is the Retirement Villages Association and Ryman Healthcare, who opposed policy wording for Objective 12.2.16 and Policy 12.2.27 on the basis that it does not provide for the benefits of retirement villages or recognize their functional or operation needs. Retirement villages can often lead to large areas of impervious surfaces being constructed. These impervious surfaces have the potential to generate and convey contaminants, as would be the case with any other housing or business or road area. And from a contaminant generation perspective, there's no technical reason why retirement villages should be excluded. On this basis, I support the Western Bay Planners assessment. With respect to Rule 12.4.5.17b, Kāinga Ora requests the deletion of references to water-sensitive design on the basis that that detail is likely to be included in the relevant catchment management plans. Based on the information in my evidence, I oppose Kāinga Ora submission, and I'm supportive of the redrafting of the Rule 124517, as I've already discussed. I would like to also highlight my support for the proposed amendments to chapters 12 and 14A, which are recommended by the Regional Council's planner, Mr. Tapari, and he'll discuss those shortly. So just to conclude, overall, I consider that the provisions proposed within the Section 42A Planners Report are needed to support an integrated approach to stormwater management, and they provide a transparent, consistent, and effective framework for the management of water quality effects from urban development on the receiving environment. And therefore, I consider that they are appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamill?
Kia ora. Ko Keith Hamill Hall. I'd just like to read a brief summary, which is really précis from paragraph 11 of my evidence. And I'll elaborate briefly on that as I go through. So firstly, streams and wetland systems in the proposed Plan Change 92 area have ecological values that justify their protection. But in order to retain good ecological values, streams and wetlands need to have sufficient space for suitable riparian buffers and sufficient space for buffering during flood events. In general, the natural open space zone should be applied to streams, water bodies, and wetland ecosystems, in my view. So in my view, the natural open space zones proposed for 51 Francis Road is supported, but it should be further widened where it is adjacent to the proposed industrial area, industrial zone. I'm happy to talk to this further later. I support the natural open space zone proposed for the gully systems entering the upper Mangawhai Bay Inlet. But again, it should be further extended in several areas, including up the stream to ensure it fully covers the margins of the Mangawhai estuary, wetland areas, and stream sections upstream of the Raupo wetland. I've proposed extensions to the natural open space zone in order to protect ecological values of the landscape and to ensure the resilience of their ecosystem services. Extending the natural open space zone provides a buffer zone that more fully includes the gullies and part of the slopes. And this reduces the risk of inappropriate development extending onto steep land close to the stream. In the case of the natural open space zone leading to the Mangawhai Bay Inlet, the extensions I have proposed, and these are shown in figure 7 of my evidence, the extensions I've proposed adjacent to the industrial area are, in my view, a minimum, a reasonable minimum. However, they could be further extended to more fully include the steep sides of the gullies. And this would result in a natural open space zone boundary being straighter and having less irregular shape, and thus may partially address some of the concerns raised in paragraph 44 of Mr. Hexel's evidence. With respect to topic 2, matters of discretion, that's section 24.5.2, I support the inclusion of hydrological in the amendments that described in evidence by Mr. Nathan Tapari. And because it's these are important roles in influencing ecological values and stream health. I also support the amendments proposed in evidence by Mr. Nathan Tapari relating to policy 24.2.2.3, which regards natural open space zone provisions. I'm just going to read briefly my concluding paragraph and then I will be done. I support applying the natural open space zone as a mechanism to give streams the space required to protect existing ecological values and retain the ability to restore ecological values. Historical greenfield developments have often not had the foresight to protect space for streams. And this has resulted in many examples around New Zealand of degraded water quality and reduced ecological and hydrological values. While a whole catchment approach is often required to protect our water bodies, actively setting aside space for streams and wetlands at the structure planning stage will, in my view, reduce the risk of repeating past mistakes, where urban development has led to the loss of streams, wetlands, and their ecological values. In my view, applying the natural open space zones for this structure plan provides an additional protection to streams and wetlands, additional to just relying on the consent process. It sets the expectations of what the land will look like in the future, reduces the pressures to development in our waterways, and in so doing it supports achieving good ecological and water quality outcomes. Happy to address some questions relating to the Whakakahi proposal, although we've only just seen that. And I'm happy to talk about why further, if you're interested, why the consent process can't always be relied on to achieve good ecological outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill.
Good day, Commissioners. My evidence is very narrow in scope. It's basically just in support of the planning requirements for an integrated approach, which is set in the RPS, and to give you some context as to where we see it from a consenting perspective, and not to leave these big planning issues to be dealt with down the track, kick it down the hill and deal with it at the consent stage, which is basically the ambulance at the bottom of the hill. In general, I'm referring to submission points 25.9, 25.13, and I'm and my evidence is set out to support the proposed rule 12.4.517, which requires an integrated management of all development with regards to stormwater and all other matters. The main submission points I want to bring to the panel's attention is that, well, we already know that our existing urban environments face existing flooding, and this is exacerbated by increased rain, climate change, and all of those things. In greenfields development areas, the change of land use from rural to urban will impact water quantity and quality of the stormwater discharges. While there is some permitted stormwater discharges, some rules in the Regional Natural Resources Plan, and only larger and more contaminated discharges require consents, there is no requirement to obtain a consent at the planning or subdivision stage. So, which is prior to that discharge occurring. This leads to earthworks and subdivision consents being granted prior to considering the potential effects of stormwater flows. And what then happens is we're dealing with consents down the track on a consent by consent basis, which is virtually impossible to look at cumulative effects of all the developments as they come along on a case-by-case basis. Stormwater management, I believe, should be considered at the district subdivision stage, consent stage, and not left to the post-development discharge process. At that late stage, it's almost impossible to consider alternative approaches to stormwater treatment and even ensure that there's sufficient land left for attenuation if that's required. For any assessment of stormwater effects to be considered at the subdivision consent stage, there needs to be a stormwater planning framework per catchment for the entire structure plan area so that stormwater management can be planned holistically and in an integrated manner that avoids these cultural effects, cumulative effects of each individual development. For that to happen, to look at that holistic, I believe that it needs to sit in the structure planning phase so that it sends a clear message and guides developers to what is required, what is expected. So that could be the water sensitive design that Sue was talking about, and climate change factors, the things that our engineers are looking at from a modeling perspective, at this higher level to guide developers. At the consenting stage, we should be basically consenting and auditing that they meet those requirements and that the proposal, so the finer detail of what they're proposing to do, because there's this bucket of things that can be used to address effects, and that should be assessed that you've got a proper solution at the consenting stage, but the guidance should be in the stormwater catchment management plan up front at the structure plan level, and then the finer detail assessed down the track. I've heard from many developers as well, why don't we just get a comprehensive stormwater consent for the district council? That's also not always appropriate because that's a contract between the regional council and the district council. We need a tool for the district council to meet their obligations under the comprehensive consent with the regional council so that we know that those outcomes that are well set out in the comprehensive stormwater consent can be achieved as land use changes bit by bit and subdivision consents are granted. It is my opinion that, just in summary, that the stormwater quantity effects such as flooding, erosion, scour should be fronted up at the initial part of the urban planning process, which is the structure plan phase, and that a stormwater management plan should be developed at that point in time, which sets the guidelines and standards for stormwater quantity and quality. I don't think I have much more to add to that, and at the same time, the whole treatment train approach that Sue was talking about would form part of that planning process, which would then give effect to the national direction for Te Mana o Te Wai and protecting our waterways down the track. So in summary, from a consenting link is that we need the guidance up front and we will deal with the consenting detail down the track. That's my idea. My submission on this whole process is how it should happen, and it doesn't happen in many planning spheres at the moment. That's all I have, unless you have some questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Perhaps we'll hear from your planner and then we've got questions for you. Yes.
Tēnā rā koutou. Tēnā koe te Commissioner I tuku karakia hei whakawāti tārai kei te arore a tātou. Tēnei rā, tēnā koe. To the Commissioners, good afternoon. Staff at the Western Bay Plenty, good afternoon also. And to submitters, good afternoon as well. My name's Nathan Tapari, I'm a planner for the Regional Council. Can I take it that you guys have read my evidence? Yes, okay, good. Rebuttal as well? Yes, okay. And familiar with what I have in Appendix 1 in terms of what are suggested amendments to that and subsequent changes?
I've been through those amendments. I was just going to ask, you were talking a little bit earlier about some other material. Do we need to see that?
That wasn't forthcoming because in the round of my considerations, there was little change
Right.
in effect in the assessment between us and Western Bay. Yep.
Oh, thank you.
So where shall I begin? I guess just by way of update, it's good to say that I've had a really useful discussion with Mr. Manuhera on the issues relating to the plan change and the outstanders areas of difference. He's explained to me that yesterday there was a direct or an encouragement from the panel to get close where we can on things that we can. So we've had a conversation about that. Look, I'm open-minded to having a chat with them about areas of difference. Across the table here, I feel like we've put forward a strong case as to why we think integrated stormwater management is important. And I think in the round, we've sought for reasonable, effective and minimal approach to support essentially what we think is a substantial undertaking by Western Bay in terms of preparing that plan change, without foreclosing our position on what we think are reasonable stormwater outcomes for that level of development that's been enabled. So I've got, there's either two things, is that from this point I could take questions, but I could make a couple of points of clarification, or I could just step through some of the responses to the rebuttal evidence. So whatever's useful to the panel, I'm happy to do that.
Well, look, for my part, I think if you could step through the responses, that would be great.
Okay, yeah,
And
sure.
then we'll go to questions. Is that on the commissioners? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. So in a sense, I think, have we touched on N1 sufficiently for you to ask? Would you like to ask any further questions? I think set out clearly in my evidence what the policy position on that. Since then, we've had a discussion.
Well, if you're happy, if you think you've said enough, we're very happy to go to questions, and you can see where it goes from there, and we can give ourselves a chance for a conversation towards the end.
Sure.
And you can pick up anything you think we've missed or need to understand better.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think the policy reasons are fairly set out fairly clearly in my evidence, so I probably don't have anything to add at this time. Apart to say for N1, I think that I hadn't appreciated the extent of the development within that subcatchment, and we'll consider that in our response. Also to say that I think in our mind, we're just trying to understand whether attenuation is needed in that catchment or not, and I think that's the essential question, that perhaps then we would consider other planning processes might be appropriate to resolve that issue. But in absence of understanding that, and I do rely on the evidence of Kathy Teolarden, with regards to those engineering matters, yeah, I think that's as far as we've come to date. So I thought that'd be useful to clarify that. With regards to the amendments sought on policy 12227,
Yep.
I think in there was, by my omission, and it was a correct analysis on behalf of Mr. Manuhera on that particular point with regards.
Sorry, do you want to take us to somewhere in your evidence or rebuttal,
Yes,
just so we've got a point of reference?
Absolutely. It's probably under paragraph. Paragraph 12 of Mr. Manuhera's evidence. I think it's 12. Can you check?
Just give us 2 seconds,
Sure.
so we've all got that up.
Yeah.
Rebuttal evidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, apologies, that's paragraph 13 in his evidence rebuttal.
Yeah. Just check. Has everyone got that up?
The point is, he's correctly assessed what I prepared in terms of my rebuttals, my primary evidence, but by my omission, I actually haven't included important policy, which I've put up on the table in front of, hopefully it's been shared. So Georgina, has that made its way up to the panel? And hopefully that's been shared with the council staff as well.
Let's just, yeah.
NH4B?
Yes.
Yep, it's policy in the regional policy statement. Under that section, in the explanation below rural lifestyle activities, there's an emphasis in there about talking about, sorry, it's in the first paragraph, require a low natural hazard risk to be achieved on development sites after the completion of the development without increasing risk outside the development site. So in terms of the amendments that I'm seeking to that policy, which I actually haven't included the policy, but this is the policy basis for including that, in addition to Objective 31. So that's the basis that I'm seeking and avoid increases in risk on people and buildings in terms of the wording I'm seeking for policy 12.227 in my primary.
Thank you.
Secondly, with regards to paragraph 17, and I'm seeking in here a reference to stormwater management plans. With regards to policy 12.2.27.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Manuhira has, in paragraph 17, considers the amendment to refer to stormwater management plans to be beyond the scope of an objective by a goal-orientated provision. I understand this to be a policy. Effectively, I'm just clarifying that stormwater management plans are a useful method to implement the above objectives.
Yes.
That's the basis for my inclusion. I also consider that this amendment would support appropriate assessments of inappropriate proposals under section 104. And also noting that stormwater management plans are a primary method to effectively implement the directions of both the catchment management plan and the wider requirements of the MPSFM. And on that basis, I seek inclusion within the policy for stormwater management plans.
Thank you.
With regards to the explanatory note that the Regional Council have sought, or it's included in Appendix 1, I think just in a wider sense, I think our original relief we sought for or explored the potential around integrated applications or a rule to require things all together as a cluster. We went through some legal discussions with our own team and also with Western Bay and landed on the fact that we wouldn't want to fetter any discretion under section only 1. So our backdrop position is that consider an explanatory note is useful. We accept that it doesn't have any statutory weight necessarily in itself, but it is a useful signal to planners processing consents and also to people preparing resource consents. And I guess in the context of what the MPS is asking us to do, in a sense, is to look at things in an integrated manner. And this would just support that wider consideration of proposals that would necessarily, where perhaps you had an earthworks application and you'd need to look at the stormwater impacts of that in tandem with subdivisional discharge. The next point I wanted to make relates to policy 14A.2.2.7. Probably the easiest one is just to see it in context in Appendix 1 of my statement.
We're flicking back and forth through quite a few things, so just give us a second or two to get back into it.
Yeah, if I'm going too quick, just let me know and I can slow down.
We're going too slow. What paragraph? Oh, in the Appendix 1, did you say?
Yes, Appendix 1, yeah. page 25, is that helpful? Should be a little grey column with 14A227. Effectively, yeah, I have.
Just hold on
sorry.
for 2 seconds. We'll just. No, you've got it. All right, go for it.
Great. Effectively, I've considered the assessment provided by Mr. Hextall on that matter. I think he suggests that there's a broad range of matters that you could potentially consider in that policy. However, in the light of the extensive stormwater provisions, the 42A report also endorses an integrated approach, and I see that water-sensitive design, stormwater management plans and catchment management plans are all very deliberate, specific methods, including definitions for those, that it would be, in my view, remiss not to include water-sensitive urban design as a reliable method to both manage effects on the receiving environment in terms of water quality, but also volume. Susan Ira for the Regional Council has covered that in both the context for both greenfield and brownfield sites, and in a 21st century age of planning, and also in a quite a situation to do with our receiving environments and climate change and inadequate stormwater infrastructure. I would have thought that would have been a go-to in the policy. So that's my summary response to that. And it also implements other wider objectives, but that's in the evidence anyway, so I'm sure if you need to, you can refer to that. Probably one of the, I didn't attend the conferencing to do with urban design, because at the time I understood that it solely applied just strictly to urban design matters, but it seems to have rolled over into some stormwater matters and landform. With regards to 14A7(1) italic I,
Yep.
It's below the policy.
Yes.
Yes. There's, I still retain that that's a valuable consideration in terms of the matters of discretion. There was a comment in the section, in the rebuttal evidence, Mr. Hextall, that the relief for options would not provide reasonable certainty of outcome. But in my view, I don't necessarily consider that it is required to have a specific outcome or force a particular outcome, and they should be assessed on a site-by-site basis. And that would be a reasonable way to approach an application in a matter to determine either whether to decline resource consent or grant consent and impose conditions under 104. Okay. And I understand that there's a number of other provisions with that similar flexibility that already exist in the plan. My last points relate to Chapter 24, which follows on.
Yep.
So I pick towards the end on the following page on 26. And I think it's just touching on some of the comments that were made yesterday around how does this plan change respond to nature, the lungs, etc. I have considered some of the changes that have been put together, and I guess in effect a minimal approach, it would be useful actually to consider the factors, or the features, the natural features that have been identified through the catchment management plan, and roll them over into that zone. It is a zone, site-specific, structure plan-specific zone at this stage that's been applied generally to stage 3, and I think that's an appropriate planning response in the policies. And on the advice of Mr. Hamill, under 2452A, I also support the introduction of hydrological. It's just the function of the water levels. With regards to the Browning land, wholly support the evidence of Mr. Hamill, and there's just a minor correction I need to make on paragraph 81 of my evidence. It's probably minor, but just to note that I've mixed up the policy references between 7 and 3.
Thank you. Welcome. All right. Ready for questions?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Start at the end, Mr. Commissioner Lilly. Have you got any questions for the Regional Council team? Thank you. Me? Where are you already?
I am.
Right.
I want to know, please. Kia ora tātou. I'm keen to know, given that we had some earlier advice around scope issues, how do we nail this cumulative effects management in a planning process like this that actually restricts the scope of area, but also the scope of issues that we can look at making decisions on or including. So if we're talking about extending some natural green areas, natural open space areas, if it's not on the plan or on the proposed plan change, how do we address the issues?
I should probably talk about the scope issue, and specifically in relation to the natural open space zone.
That was just an example.
So that's
generally.
So that's one part of it,
Yeah.
which is addressed in the submissions, and the response there is that I guess there's two parts to it. There's the issue of, is it within the scope of a submission? And we say our submission point was very broad in relation to that. And then there's the issue of the on the plan change. And I guess you have to look at the nature of the plan change and how broad it is. As Ms. Stubbing said, it's difficult because it's a case-by-case assessment. We say in relation to the natural open space zone that the zone itself is based on a physical area rather than strict boundaries, and that the boundaries of the plan change are quite flexible. So I think also in terms of the scope in relation to the natural open space zone, but scope in relation to the plan change generally, whilst it's not the same as Auckland, which was obviously a large plan change, I think there is a lot to be taken from the independent hearings panel view of scope in relation to these quite far-reaching plan changes. And that is that we shouldn't be taking an overly narrow approach to them, because they do represent quite a significant change across the areas that they're dealing with. So I can't necessarily give you the answer in relation to every specific point, but my submission would be that a relatively broad approach to scope should be taken to this plan change. In relation to the cumulative effects point, I'm not sure exactly that it's necessarily an issue of scope in terms of whether or not those provisions can be included. I think the reason why we want those provisions included is because they avoid some of the issues around scope and causation that come later down the track when Ms. Bosch is looking at it. So it's to try and to make sure that all of those considerations are clearly within scope of the district planning framework, to avoid those arguments later on when they say, that's not my effects, that's someone else's effects, which we see happen. I'm not sure whether do the others want to add anything in relation to that?
Firstly, does that answer your question,
Yeah, it
Commissioner?
does. It's helpful. Thank you. It is.
Is there anything we can add from a planning perspective? Are you satisfied with that?
Maybe it might come up, but that's all I needed to hear for now. That was my good question.
So perhaps to go back to the original question, who from the team at the Regional Council has visited the site in the last sort of 6 to 8 months, and for what purpose if they have?
I would have driven past the site, but I may have not visited all the areas within both the plan change areas in the last 6 to 8 months.
Right. No one else?
I visited the sites down Pearl Road,
Yes.
but it was prior to the consents granted for the 2 subdivisions that you see there now.
Right.
I was with Western Bay looking at long-term stormwater solutions and ponds down the bottom of Crowell Road.
Right,
That could be as long as 2 years ago.
right,
maybe.
right. So I guess I come back to the question I asked earlier. Maybe you've already answered this and can't add anything further to it, but with that, with the context of an already consented and highly disturbed environment, to what extent do you think the further strategic planning for stormwater is going to add in the example you just gave, where the activity has largely occurred, been consented and is underway? I'm looking at you, but assume I'm looking at everyone. I've got a wandering eye. Yep.
I still think that there, in my opinion, that there's a lot of benefit to having a structure and a plan for the area as a whole, and a holistic and integrated approach, because that can take into account when you're looking at the whole environment. You can look at it and say, well, that's greenfields, we've got a little bit of brown, and we assess them all together, and this is the plan going forward, rather than stepping back and saying, oh, a little bit's been built, so we're just going to do nothing. A plan is still a plan for the next developer and the next developer that comes along. I think it helps developers, and it helps us in consenting that we know that, that
Right.
they're meeting an overall plan, because without that overall assessment and that integrated approach, we cannot look at the cumulative effects of the next development that's come along. The two that we've consented are fine. They've given us a treatment train approach. They're dealing with their stormwater. I don't know what the next guy and the next guy. And it's the last cap of the rank where we're going to go and say, I don't know how to help you develop this piece of land. There's no more, the capacity is gone. And we need housing. So there's this conundrum between those two. You need to facilitate the housing, but without looking at this as a plan where everybody works to a common goal, you start taking another slice, and another slice.
Yes.
So I don't think that the fact that there's some development already occurred, that it's too late to have a plan for what's left.
Right. So the two developments that have occurred down that road, were you involved in consenting those?
Was it involved in pre-app work with some of the developers? I didn't do the actual consenting.
Right, but someone,
Yes, and
regional
our
council was
engineering
involved there?
team were also involved in assessing their stormwater designs. Yeah.
Yes, and so the approach that was taken, council's clearly been involved, and the regional council's been involved. What did integrated management look like during those processes?
I don't think it really featured because we couldn't. There was no bigger plan. Yeah. But, so we got advice from engineering, we got advice from people like Suara on those individual developments to try and ensure that we at least had a catchment, like a treatment train approach.
Yes.
And we weren't letting them put stormwater directly into the gullies and all
Absolutely.
of that kind of thing. But those are on those discrete two developments. We've had that look, but it's not integrated for like the whole development, the whole catchment management plan.
Yes, and I'm thinking more specifically about what was it like working with the council, with Western Bay of Plenty, through that process where you're both working as consent authorities?
I think it was quite positive.
Right, so there's engagement, but you're
yeah.
that's what I'm testing, because one of the views expressed by, one of the views expressed by the regional council team is that joint hearings are a way through, and there's a contra view from Western Bay of Plenty that it would be, I don't want to take you out of context here, so tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but more appropriate to have the integration or integrated management issues resolved at the policy level and addressed at the policy level. What's your view on that?
I would support that.
Right.
It is better to have, at the policy level up front, to have some of these issues dealt with as to setting the framework, not the detail. That can be dealt with on a site-by-site basis, but the framework under which we're going to manage stormwater and development.
Right. Thank you. Now, sorry, go on.
I just had something to follow on from that, which was, do we not have the framework, the policy framework for that at the moment? And now we're looking to implement that as part of this plan, a plan change.
I think I can leave this to Nathan to embellish on, but I'll just quickly say from my perspective, we have got policy, we have got the overarching RPS, right? But we need subsequent pieces of plans to clearly articulate and give effect to those as a cascade going down. Nathan, do you want to add to that?
Yep, I support that that policy position. I think, in an extent, I mean, I think we've tried to touch on this at the start. Is that this is an interim step before wider changes, and so under policy 14A227, I think the requirement for integrated assessments is a step in that direction. And that's also supported. I think the balance side of it is that we'd like to see water sensitive design included in that, and I've given those reasons already. Also, over in, amendments to policy 12227, I think that's where we're trying to bring about the usefulness under the 4th bullet point. You see at the bottom there, demonstrate consistency with or achieve better outcomes than the objectives, policies and options of the relevant catchment management plan. Now that's a defined term that Western Bay have put into that plan. I think that's very, very useful because effectively that is an integrated planning response. We've got all of this zoned land, and in parallel in good structure planning, we've got a catchment management plan that responds to the land use expectations of whatever's being enabled. So I think that's a good tool. I think that's why we just wanted to qualify that with stormwater management plans, because that's effectively how you give effect to or implement at more of a raw level detail what that policy is trying to achieve.
Right. You talked at the start of your evidence about happy to have a conversation with District Council to work these matters through. Is that going to happen? And is it going to happen by close of play Thursday so that the hearing can...
We always have aspirations. Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do too. But,
and
yeah.
I think I did discuss that with Mr. Manuhera today, I think earlier, and I just said that if the right people are at the table, I think we can sit down and have a discussion. I don't know whether Western Bay are minded. Maybe I can ask through the panel if they are minded to, having heard what we've just presented now, whether there be a change of view in terms of the relief that we're seeking. That would probably be a standing point. I think for is where we stand, I think we're quite strong on that policy position and the amendments that we're seeking.
I won't repeat what he said. You heard what he said. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think we're all open for further discussion if we can resolve it. I don't think there's a huge gulf. I think generally speaking, we're on the same page. It's just some of the detail stuff and the nature of providing evidence, rebuttal evidence, etc. and timeframes. We're too busy in a way writing that to be able to sit down sometimes. So if we have the opportunity, we might be able to do rock, paper, scissors and get some results. So.
If that's the way through, let's do it now.
Does the panel need a written statement to that effect, signed by both parties? Is that what you're looking to conclude by?
I think we would like a formal position from the parties where you can agree matters so that we can take that into our decision making. I think Stubbing has quite correctly said it's one of the areas where we're particularly interested in, and you appear to be very close, and it might not be that you need 4 independent commissioners to
No.
get you to the point where you've got agreement that works for both authorities. It seems logical that you make that extra effort. So if it can't be done by Thursday, we're adjourning the hearing for Friday anyway, but we won't be able to consider it then we'll consider adjourning the hearing if you think there's value in that, to receive it and respond to it accordingly.
So just getting clear, thank you.
End
Just-
of play Thursday for clarity.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
And if you
just
can't, let us know why not.
the output is just a track change version. Is that what you're looking
Yes.
for?
Agreed
sure.
provisions, track changed.
Great.
Yep. And where you can't, so water sensitive responses, I'd like to see a discussion between the two of you that's a bit more detailed about, if not, why not? That type of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
So with that in mind, I think Mr. Hamill also talked about some minor changes in relation to the natural open spaces provisions, just to provide for his interests. Has that been the subject of further discussion? Right. So in your evidence, you had referred to a number of areas where wider margins or other responses might be a useful way of addressing the concerns you had. Is this something you can take into these discussions? Because again, it strikes me that it's better resolved where it can be amongst yourselves than by us.
Just before we do that, sorry, Keith. Yeah. Just before we do that, can I just understand the status of the designation plan that was provided to us earlier today in your presentation, Mr. Exton?
Thank you. It's just been provided as information yesterday from Whakakatāi. It hasn't been formally lodged. They advised formally lodging in December this year. They pretty much have said this is their final design at this point, and that's the intention to carry on with that. So it's been submitted as information to the hearing.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yep. I guess in mind that that hasn't been lodged, then we wouldn't consider it in a full sense, in our view. And also, yeah, okay. Yeah. I think we can do the lot together. That's possible. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I'm interested in, I'm not sure who might answer this, but yesterday we had a presentation from Julie Shepherd for Parirako, and she talked about Omokoroa as a cultural landscape, quite correctly. And I'm interested in how the regional council sees the concerns and challenges she put to us. You weren't here to hear it, but they're things that are well known to most of you, and you hear in multiple forums, how we might bring that forward into the planning response for the natural open spaces zone in particular, and to stormwater management, because it doesn't feature strongly in any of the evidence that deals with these matters. I just have to say, so that given we're on the record, that doesn't mean that there's any concern that the district council hasn't taken every step it could through this process to be engaged and to engage with Parirako. We're not criticising that. It's just what's sitting in evidence for me. So you might not be able to answer it now, but can you think about it and think about the wording that might respond to providing for the interests of Parirako council? You're going to be together, so that's an opportune time in these specific issues. Shall I be a little bit clearer?
No, will these be offered to Parirako through this process?
I think we're in a very difficult position in that Parirako are not a submitter, have provided a presentation to us, and the next step from us will be a decision. It's unlikely we'll be re-engaging.
Yeah.
So we will be doing the best we can with what's put in front of us prior to making a decision, notwithstanding the advice that Ms. Stubbing gave us just a little earlier about on the plan, all that exciting stuff. Yeah.
Happy to do so. Just pointing out that just putting it out there that I guess it's important for Parirako to have the ability to be able to articulate what's appropriate to them.
Yes.
In their capacity as tangata whenua, and yeah, just hope that the process is able to provide that opportunity where possible.
Well, at the moment, the process is, I'd be paraphrasing here, but they're in a vacuum. You know, they're operating from a place where they are being, in their view, extinguished from that landscape. So I think the District Council is incentivised and keen to ensure that their relationship with Parirako, but that this decision provides for their rights and interests at law. So that's why they made that special effort yesterday to get Fire Shepherd here.
Did her questions relate specifically to cultural landscapes?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, if you could think about that. I mean, you were talking just before about the MPSFM and Te Mana o Te Wai. So, you know, we're thinking about how those things come forward in this context.
Just my initial response to that, because I have thought about the question and it's entirely relevant to the plan change. I certainly think that, just have hesitations on the cultural landscapes just for the reasons mentioned, but there may be some general scope. With regards to the catchment management plan, it will be reviewed at points in the future, so there will be opportunities.
Yes.
I'll have to think about that. Yeah.
It's unfortunate you couldn't be here to hear your comments yesterday, but the concern raised by the submitter was that that this process, this plan change process and consents are key points at which they can express their interests and have them properly heard. And that their history, despite best endeavours, is of promises made and broken by various authorities. And so it's more a case of using the opportunity that's available to them here to ensure their views are heard in the very few opportunities that are left in this space, given the development that's already underway. So I think you might have already answered this, so it might be a rhetorical question, but for the regional council's part, does it have a view in relation to the zone overlay providing in its own right, without anything further, providing enough security to the outcomes that you seek for those catchments, those sub-catchments? Because that appears to be what's available at the present time, notwithstanding, again, constructive work together, catchment management plans and the like.
Is the question, is the zone appropriate response?
No. Is it on its own enough to protect the values that you've expressed, that Mr. Hamill and others have talked about?
Is a singular method on its own? No.
Right, so what else is needed in addition to that method?
Zones, with the zone, provisions, linking to the catchment management plan and all the other provisions that have been notified as a package, as an integrated approach to managing stormwater effects on the receiving environment.
Right.
Yeah. Particularly the key one is the separation. I think that's the crucial thing here with the zoning, is that we're saying we're demarcating these special areas because they have their function is innately different to that of an urban zone. So that's why the distinction's there. And that's why we're seeking treatment train, because there's a number of, between that land use, there's a number of interventions before it actually reaches the point where it might naturally just discharge into those natural open space zones. So it's a whole strategy. Yeah. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yeah, to some degree it does. And I just to come back to what Ms. Shepherd was saying yesterday, she was very respectful, I think, of the sorts of interventions you're talking about, treatment trains, whatever it might be in the catchment, but she was particularly interested in how those interests of mana whenua are provided for. So it's not it's not accidental, it's intended and well intended at that, but it's not by circumstance that, benefits accrue to them. Mr. Hamill, you were talking before about the industrial zone, and I think you're inviting us to ask you further questions about that, but I just wonder if you could talk about your concerns in relation to outcomes in proximity to the industrial zone, or is it at odds somewhat with what you've heard today in relation to Waka Kotahi's position?
So you just to interrupt me if I'm not answering your question clearly enough. So my view is that you need to have a space, a buffer around our wetland stream systems so that they can operate in a natural way and provide the ecological services that they provide, and and not just retain values, but have the potential to restore values that have been lost, rather than once it's urbanised, those are pretty much lost for the foreseeable future. And so providing that buffer, and on steeper land that becomes particularly important. The buffers need to be wider because 10 metres horizontal is not a very wide distance on a 1 to 2 slope. So that's why I'm proposing these extra buffers. And the buffers were proposed to go anyway near the base of the hill or only partway up the hill. And potentially they should be right at the top of the break of slope to make sure we don't have this risk of development going to the edge, and the result of that is often that you end up with retaining walls when you have important infrastructure very close to stream systems. My experience from work on many roading jobs is that there's a strong pressure to protect that infrastructure from not just a 100-year flood, but sometimes a 1,000-year flood. These are big flood events, and so you end up traditionally in New Zealand, not international best practice, but in New Zealand we tend up have big rock fully enclosing that stream channel, and you effectively lose its ability to provide many of its normal functions that operate as a normal stream. So the more you pressure your water system, the closer you bring in your road, your industrial land, through your stream, the more pressure there is to control that stream and stop it, any risk of it moving, which is what streams like to do often, right? Yes. Any risk of it degrading, and that means basically degrading that riparian zone and degrading often that stream channel itself. And sometimes, well, I've got a lot of examples I can give you. You lose a tremendous amount of that natural stream function. Okay, I don't know if that's answered your question.
That's useful. Thank you.
Industrial zones in particular are risky because you get a lot more contaminants, heavy metals in particular, coming off them and going into a sensitive estuary. Heavy metals are a particular issue for our marine environment and as well as the freshwater environment, and they're high-risk areas. And you don't always see, even when you have good stormwater, there's often examples around both of these urban areas. Te Puke, for example, where industrial developments are showing heavy metals coming off, and not best practice. And it's hard. The regional council might, be aware of it and trying to manage that, but there's quite a big stage of effect that you have to have before you go to enforcement orders and before you go to prosecution. So you have all this incremental impact on a stream before sometimes you actually get to addressing that issue in a proper way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from panel members? No? I want to thank you and your team. Unless there's any other final comments, I'm looking forward to Thursday evening. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. We will get back to you as soon as we can.
Right, we are going to take a short break for afternoon tea, but before we do that, can I just check what parties we've got here for the remainder of the day? KiwiRail, Kāinga Ora.
KiwiRail and Kāinga Ora are online, but I think Susanna is also here from KiwiRail.
Thank you. Warren, kia ora. The Country Club. Thank you. And the staff can't escape, and we've got them last, so that's great. Thank you. So look, we'll take a 15-minute break if that's all right. Back at 25 past.
It comes back at 26. 26 and a half past, Greg. Getting it right. me to do that.
That's right.
It's tikanga.
All good? Right, our next submitter is KiwiRail. Can we invite them to the screen or the desk?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're all on screen today, so thank you very much for accommodating us appearing virtually.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. My name's Kristen Gunnell, and I'm appearing as legal counsel for KiwiRail today. And I'm here with on screen with Mike Brown, who is the Group Manager of Planning and Land Use for KiwiRail, Dr. Stephen Charles, who is providing expert acoustics evidence, and Kath Hepplethwaite, who will be providing expert planning evidence. My legal submissions were pre-circulated, and so I intend to speak to a summary of the key points relating to setback and noise and vibration only. I'm very happy to take questions throughout, or for you to ask the group of us when we've all presented.
Thank you. We might just ask the group as a whole if that's right, but it'd be great to have your summary. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. So first turning to setbacks. So I guess the key concern for KiwiRail is around safety. It's safety. The purpose of the setback is to provide a safe space for people in properties adjoining the corridor, and therefore minimising the potential for those people to interfere with the operations on the corridor, creating safety issues for KiwiRail train operators and KiwiRail workers. So that's really the purpose of the setback control. It's its primary purpose. I think there was some indication in a reporting planner's report that it might have had noise and vibration intent as well. And I think that has been clarified in the report, subsequent reporting officers' documents and the rebuttal evidence. So just to clarify, it is KiwiRail's key concern here is safety. The Council's approach to retention of the existing 10-metre setback in my submission provides a generous amount of space for access to maintain buildings and properties adjoining the rail corridor, and enables Council to comply with its obligations under the RMA to enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and their health and safety. However, KiwiRail acknowledges that it generally seeks 5 metres as a setback up and down the country, and it would be happy to accept 5 metres here to be consistent with the provisions that it generally seeks. KiwiRail sees this as being a pragmatic amount of space to genuinely provide for people to be able to maintain their buildings and move around their properties safely without interfering with that really dangerous rail corridor. Mr. Brown will give further evidence on why the 5 metres is needed and how KiwiRail generally approaches setbacks. So I just wanted to touch on some of the issues raised by Ms. Tate and her evidence by Kāinga Ora. She references in her evidence some higher pool statistics outlining that for a 2-storey building that 2.2 metres as a scaffolding base is required, and therefore the 2.5 metre setback proposed by Kāinga Ora allows that 2.2 metres on the basis that 3 stories has a height in relation to boundary caveat to it. So I guess we just wanted to outline that Highpool was just one scaffolding company. There is many others around there, and you cannot mandate for people's behaviour. You cannot mandate that they will always pick Highpool. They could pick one that has a more wider base, or choose some other access equipment altogether. Even with the Highpool 2.2 metres, that only allows 0.3 of a metre to move around that scaffolding base, and that's pretty tight on the boundary if you're trying to move people and equipment. So we would caution against that 2.2 metre figure. She also states that while not guaranteed, residential units are typically pulled forward on a site to provide for private outdoor living at the rear. We would suggest, in our opinion, that if you're on the back of a railway corridor, that having your outdoor living next to the railway corridor may not be your first choice, and that also orientation and topography and design and earthworks all play their part in where an outdoor living area might go. So I don't think that can be used as a hedge against living space against the corridor. KiwiRail was also pretty astounded, to be honest, by Ms. Tate's statement that the setback is her implication that it was intended as a measure against antisocial or poor behaviour, and that a plan can't mandate for that. I think the implication is that people could throw stuff on the rail track from wherever they are on a site, and that a setback doesn't necessarily mitigate against that. To go back again to why KiwiRail is seeking this, it is so if someone falls off a scaffold, someone falls off a ladder, someone drops a pile of paint, someone drops a tool for cleaning gutters offer a platform that they or that tool do not fall on the rail corridor. And so I think, you know, it's that this is not a sort of a it's not a poor behavior control. It's got a serious safety consequence at the risk of someone's life or limb. And that is really KiwiRail's key concern. And KiwiRail genuinely thinks that the 5 metres is needed to enable that safe behaviour on those sites. And so I guess just to sum up on setbacks, KiwiRail really applauds the council's 10-metre setback. It is a very generous space, but to reiterate, KiwiRail, to be consistent, would accept 5 metres in Plan Change 92. So that was all I proposed to talk to on setbacks, and then just briefly setting the scene for noise and vibration. As you'll be aware, the lawful operation of the rail corridor results in noise and vibration. Dr. Charles's evidence outlines that sound and vibration from rail networks have the potential to cause adverse health effects on people living nearby. And so a key concern for KiwiRail in respect of the plan change is to ensure that the development of sensitive activities near the rail corridor does not give rise to health and amenity effects on adjoining residents, nor reverse sensitivity effects that may compromise the safe and efficient operation of what is a very busy freight network within the Western Bay of Plenty district. It is critical that the coexistence of rail and sensitive land uses are managed. With growth in the use of the rail corridor anticipated and increasing pressures on urban intensification, it is more important than ever before that this interface is managed carefully. Dr. Charles and Ms. Hebblethwaite have provided evidence outlining the deficiencies in the current noise rule in the plan. They will also provide comment in our presentation today on why the new rule suggested in the reporting planner's rebuttal evidence still does not address the issues identified with the current rule. I understand that another submitter, Mr. Stiles for Kāinga Ora, has proposed model contours rather than the distance measurement contained in the provisions supported by Dr. Charles. It is KiwiRail's strong position that modelling is time-consuming and unnecessary. It provides no material benefit. The 100 metres is well understood and has a robust evidential basis. As Mr. Brown was to describe, this was borne out in the Whangarei Court consent order where there was modelling done and the 100 metres was borne out. It is not a number that has been plucked out of thin air. With respect to vibration, the reporting planner expressed concern about the practical implementation of the controls sought by KiwiRail. KiwiRail acknowledges consideration of vibration effects and how to manage them is still in its infancy in New Zealand. KiwiRail would now accept the inclusion of a rail vibration alert layer to manage effects in the plan. And I understand that this is acceptable to both the reporting planner and to Kāinga Ora. KiwiRail does seek that the layer is shown at 100 metres. This is on the basis that KiwiRail originally sought vibration controls to 60 metres. And as you'll be aware, the controls are much more onerous on people within that area than the alert layer, which is a purely information based measure solely. Therefore, the alert layer, even at 100 metres, is a lesser option than the vibration controls sought by KiwiRail. The evidence of Dr. Charles is that adverse health effects from vibration controls extend up to 100 metres. There is a technical basis for that 100 metre distance. And it makes sense from a plan coherency perspective to have one 100 metre noise control and vibration overlay area than having two different distance layers. So to sum up, in our submission, the relief sought by KiwiRail will most appropriately achieve the sustainable management purpose of the RMA, protect the health and amenity of residents within proximity to the rail corridor, and ensure the ongoing safe and efficient use and operation of the railway corridor. So that was the end of my submissions today. So I can pass on to Mr. Brown to present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Mike Brown. I'm the Group Manager Planning Land Use for KiwiRail. And like Ms. Gunnell, I don't intend to read verbatim my evidence brief. I'd just like to pick up some key highlights from that, if I may. I'd like to cover off 3 topics. Just generally the importance of rail and the significance of rail within the Western Bay of Plenty district. I'd like to speak briefly about noise and vibration. And a little bit more fully about setbacks, if I may. Just turning firstly to the importance of rail within the Western Bay of Plenty and to the nation generally. Rail is fundamental to the safe and efficient movement of people and goods throughout New Zealand. This is clearly recognised by the significant investment the central government has made in the ongoing operation and expansion of the rail network. The benefits of rail are well known, and in that regard, I'd like to highlight a reasonably fundamental statistic that suggests that rail produces at least 70% less carbon emissions per tonne of freight carried compared to the heavy road freight equivalent. Turning to the Western Bay of Plenty a bit more closely, the designated corridor on the east of the East Coast main trunk line passes through both the Omokoroa and Te Puke urban areas of the Western Bay of Plenty district. And this is a key part of the Kiwi Rail network nationally. The East Coast main trunk line is a very busy freight line with around 188 trains per week west of Tauranga, so essentially linking the Waikato with the Bay of Plenty, and around 90 train movements per week east of Mount Maunganui, linking essentially log traffic from Kawerau and Murupara. Kiwi Rail expects that freight demands, particularly within the Western Bay of Plenty, and generally passenger demands nationally on the rail network will continue to grow. And we're seeing growth in the use of the East Coast main trunk line, which expected as part of the mode shift in freight moving off roads and onto rail as part of New Zealand's goal to reduce emissions. It is critical that, therefore, that the ongoing operation and future development of the railway network is provided for, protected, and doing this through including appropriate controls within Plan Change 92. Turning briefly to noise and vibration, Kiwi Rail is seeking a district-wide noise standard to apply to noise-sensitive activities within 100 metres of the rail corridor and the application of a vibration alert layer. Dr. Child's evidence will show that there are very real health effects on people from rail noise and vibration that require mitigation. His evidence outlines the technical basis for the 100 metres sought by Kiwi Rail and explains why the existing noise rule in the district plan is not effective. Noise controls are regularly sought by Kiwi Rail and have been included in district plans throughout the country, including through recent Environment Court processes in Marlborough and Whangarei. Kiwi Rail undertook specific noise modelling as part of the Whangarei district plan process in relation to that corridor. This modelling confirmed that 100 metres was justified for noise controls and was subject to a consent order confirmed by the court to resolve Kiwi Rail's appeal. With respect to vibration, the reporting planner expressed concern at how practical it would be to implement vibration controls across the district. Kiwi Rail acknowledges the costs of managing vibration effects vary in some respects, quite dramatically between sites. And as outlined by Ms. Gunnell, Kiwi Rail is willing to accept a vibration alert layer. Such a vibration alert layer is an important layer to put adjacent property owners on notice of vibration effects. Given a vibration alert layer has no rules or standards attached to it, Kiwi Rail considers that it would resolve the reporting planner's concerns. And finally, switching to setbacks. As Ms. Gunnell's outlined, setbacks are a physical building control on development near the rail corridor. The setback mitigates against the need for people to enter the rail corridor by providing sufficient space for activities like maintenance of buildings to occur on their own sites without those people being forced to access the rail corridor because of a lack of space. People entering the rail corridor are at significant risk to their own safety. The rail corridor carries heavy freight trains that travel at speed. Kiwi Rail workers also carry out other dangerous activities within the corridor, for example, the use of welding equipment to maintain track. People and objects entering the rail corridor also create safety risks for train drivers, as well as Kiwi Rail workers operating within the rail corridor. Not to mention that any interference with the rail corridor can be incredibly disruptive to rail services, creating delays in both the movement of people and of freight. It is frequently suggested that adjoining landowners can simply ask Kiwi Rail for permission to access the rail corridor to undertake maintenance and other activities. With respect, this is not the answer. This would be disruptive to the network and onerous for landowners and occupiers to have each time they wish to undertake maintenance a requirement to seek KiwiRail's permission. It is also not how effects are managed in other contexts. In my opinion, it would be a poor planning outcome if the options for landowners who need to access their buildings for maintenance to be either that the landowner needs to seek permission to encroach into the rail corridor, or they do not obtain permission and therefore trespass onto the rail corridor and run the risk of interference with trains and potentially being hit. The better planning outcome would be to provide an adequate setback within a landowner's own property for the building to be able to be accessed for maintenance, so encroachment is not required. KiwiRail supports the council's approach to retain the 10-metre setback from the rail corridor already in the district plan. This is a generous distance and shows council's commitment to enabling the residents of the district to be able to use and maintain buildings on their properties safely, while also protecting rail operations from interference. That said, KiwiRail generally seeks a 5-metre safety setback from the boundary of the rail corridor as being sufficient to enable landowners to use and maintain buildings safely while ensuring the provision of a safe and efficient rail network. Accordingly, KiwiRail would also agree to 5 metres being adopted, consistent with KiwiRail's submissions in other districts. The 5 metres sought by KiwiRail enables typical maintenance activities to be undertaken. These would include scaffolding of all sorts, support structures to stabilise scaffolding, particularly tall scaffolding or scaffolding on slopes, space required for people to move around scaffolding, the use of mechanical access equipment if people choose not to use scaffolding, and the allowance of an exclusion zone for any dropped objects. That was all I proposed to talk to today, and I think we're moving to questions at the end. So, Ms. Gunnell, back to you briefly.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask Dr. Charles to present.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stephen Charles. I'm an independent acoustics specialist. I haven't prepared a written statement. I understand you've got my pre-circulated evidence, and I'll take any questions arising. I thought I'd just run through a few points that have come up from the reporting plan as rebuttal and so forth. There's an awful lot of discussion in my evidence, the reporting planner and Mr. Stiles, about these noise and vibration controls. But I think for me, the kind of really key thing is everyone seems to be in agreement that there is an adverse health effect. People living beside rail lines can suffer adverse health effects from rail noise and vibration, and it is appropriate to have some form of control. So a lot of the discussion between the various parties is around the details, and I'm an engineer. I'm more than happy to dive into those, but I won't preempt questions you may have. What I would like to highlight is there's not a rail rule, but there's a general noise insulation rule in the operative district plan. And in my evidence, I've set out some specific aspects of that rule that are inadequate for rail. And I think Mr. Stiles in his rebuttal, he actually agrees with me on those deficiencies with that rule. In the reporting officer's rebuttal, they proposed another rule, and that actually has a lot of those same inadequacies as the rule in the operative district plan. And so I'd just like to briefly talk about those. So in particular, there's a lot of ambiguity with the operative rule and the version proposed by the planner in terms of it doesn't say what the outside noise is. It says what the resulting inside noise is within a space, but then the assumption as to what the noise exposure is left up to an assessor. And for rail noise in particular, that's quite a sporadic source, that introduces a large amount of uncertainty into the outcome. And because rail traffic can change from day to day, month to month, year to year, if someone doesn't make a suitably conservative assumption there, then there won't be adequate protection for those residents. So it's important that there's a basis for the external exposure, and that's in the rule proposed by KiwiRail. Also in the reporting plan is that the ventilation doesn't provide an adequate standard of ventilation. So if you're forcing someone to keep their windows closed so that they've got a quiet enough environment that they can sleep without undue health effects. You've got to provide sufficient ventilation and cooling that they don't then need to open their windows because it feels too stuffy or too hot, or you're giving them a kind of a trying to force them to choose between one bad outcome or another in terms of do they open their windows or not. So it's important to have a specification for ventilation. And then just the final point I wanted to make is the reporting planner says that because the rail's in a cutting, 50 metres is a pragmatic compromise, and I disagree with that. So in my evidence, I've set out that the noise exposure can go over 100 metres or more. If there's a situation where you're screened by a building, then as a rule of thumb, if you've got screening by a building, you could cut that beyond 50 metres, you'd be okay. You can't assume that the cutting provides that screening, particularly in the context of medium and high density development. So when you're talking about 2 or 3 story buildings, they'd overlook any screening provided by a cutting or even screening provided by a boundary fence. So to make a blanket assumption that there's a cutting, therefore there's screening, therefore that distance can be reduced technically is incorrect. And for the same reason, generally, Mr. Stiles and myself have discussed these issues all around the country on different plans, and there's actually a reasonable degree of alignment. You'll note from the evidence that there are some points of difference, but there's reasonable alignment. One of the areas of difference is Mr. Stiles has recommended modelling of the noise. The one issue with modelling noise is you only model noise for a set height above the ground. So typically when I've been involved in national noise modelling, it's 1.5 metres above the ground. If you're 4 metres above the ground or 8 metres above the ground, you've got completely different noise exposure. And so for these, for higher density development, you've got to do a site-specific calculation to make sure you're calculating noise for the right floor of the building. So even if you did do a very extensive modelling exercise, you'd still only you'd only have the outcomes for ground floor at best. And so in my opinion, you're always going to have to do a site-specific assessment, having 100 metres as the zone in which you look, and then within that 100 metres, you look at the site-specific assessment, which will include the exposure of each floor of the building as appropriate. That was all I wanted to draw to your attention. As I say, I'm more than happy to talk to anything in more detail as required.
Thank you very much. That's very useful. Any questions from the panel? No, nothing from you. No, and nothing from me either. Your evidence is really clear. Dr. Giles in particular, that's really helpful for our deliberations. And thanks to you and your team, Ms. Gunnell.
Fantastic. Our last presenter today is Ms. Hebblethwaite, who will be speaking on planning matters. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, panel and members who are in the audience and council staff. My name is Kath Hebblethwaite. I'm an independent planning consultant, and today I am assisting you with regard to KiwiRail submissions on the plan changes. Like Dr. Charles, I haven't prepared a written statement for you, but what I thought might be helpful is if I could walk you through attachment A to my primary evidence and just point out which things remain outstanding and which things the council staff members have addressed in their rebuttal evidence. If you have my evidence nearby, it is on page 20 of 26. It's the attachment at the back, which has got the red text in it.
Yes, thank you.
Right. So if you'll see there, as referred to by Mr. Brown and Ms. Gunnell earlier, KiwiRail initially sought a vibration overlay layer, and they have now moved to, as a result of further work, removed to a rail vibration alert layer. So the first heading you'll see there in bold text is district plan maps, and we have a proposal there to insert the overlay via map into the district plans. So that just explains that. The alert layer has been recommended to be accepted by the council planning staff. I'll come back to that in a minute. The matters of discretion relate to setbacks, and I believe Mr. Hexel has recommended acceptance of that. That's 14A74. which is covered off there under item F. Returning now, if we move down to 4C1, noise and vibration explanatory statement. The red text there is the explanation for plan users as to how the vibration alert layer works, and explains that it's there for the information to take whatever action they see fit, and that there are no rules for that, so that it's completely clear in the plan what the purpose is and how it should be used. Moving on to 4C, which is bold heading nearly at the bottom of page 20. What follows there under the red heading, or the red alphabetized number CA, indoor rail noise, is my preferred approach, supported by Dr. Childs, to how noise would be managed for rail. Now, I acknowledge that the council staff have provided in their rebuttal evidence a response to that, and I'd just like to add a couple of comments to, it's on page 19 of the rebuttal provisions, it's in blue text. I'd just like to add a couple of comments to that. So firstly, thank you for taking on board the evidence of Dr. Charles and I, and that I acknowledge they have quite significantly altered their position from the primary evidence presented, or the primary hearings report. In addition to Dr. Charles's points, you'll notice there in the list of activities under small Roman numeral 3, there's reference to place of assembly. So in my primary evidence, I raised some concerns about that because it's quite a broad definition. It includes clubrooms, taverns, and restaurants. And some of those are quite noisy in their own right. I proposed, rather than relying on the plan definition of place of assembly, to precede the place of assembly wording, I should say, with the word, replace it, not precede it, with places of worship. And you'll find that on page 21 in the table called Table X. And right at the bottom there, there's an entry that says cultural, and we've got places of worship. So I think that might solve that concern I have about relying on the district plan definition, which is, it's a fairly broad definition available there. Excuse me one moment. Apologies, a small croak. Now just returning back to the council's rebuttal statement, Dr. Charles has addressed his concerns with A and B, so I won't dwell on those further. But if it assisted the panel, what I could offer is for Dr. Charles and I to provide just a simple one-pager with our commentary for the notes we've presented here today to be provided to you after the hearing, if that was of assistance.
That would be useful. If we could have that by end of the week, that would be most helpful.
Certainly, sir. I realise these things are quite detailed, and it's sometimes helpful to have them there. Otherwise, if I just go back to my attachment A and moving down past the table, which we just talked about, near the bottom of the page, there's a bold heading called CB, indoor rail vibration. Now that obviously is, KiwiRail has an alternative preference, which is the alert layer. So you may skip it to the next heading on the next page, which is definitions. And there's just a couple of seemingly minor but quite important changes there around the definition of qualifying matter. Now, the council staff have accepted that rail is a qualifying matter, and I'm completely in support of that. What I was concerned to see is you'll see there's some red struck through text, which would mean that the 10-metre yard requirement and the qualifying matter which is associated with it would only apply on sites created after 2010. So I would imagine that there are quite a large number of sites which were created before 2010, and therefore they may not be captured by the requirements for yard setbacks. So I have recommended that proviso be removed, and there's a consequential, or the same and consequential change is actually in the performance standard as well, which you see there under 14A.4. Finally, turning to the last item there, which is new definition. That definition sits in conjunction with Dr. Charles and I's preferred setup of the rules, which you have on the page earlier, and you'll see there that that has a list of activities which we are more comfortable with than that proposed by the council. So that new definition for noise sensitive activities sits alongside of the rule labelled CA, which is on page 20, which is the new noise rule which the council has proposed an alternative to. That's all I wish to cover, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? I've got a question of the District Council rather than you, but so that you can hear it. This is pretty tough on them, but the number of sites created before 2010 that might be affected by the rule, has there been any assessment done?
I can't come up with a number off the top of my head, but we could look at it.
Right.
But I can't explain why that rule's there if it helps.
It'd be very helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, good.
Yeah.
So that rule came through a district plan review. So that was 2012, that became operative, essentially recognised that, you know, landowners who already had properties would not have been aware of that rule coming in and therefore had no opportunity to plan against that, plan around that. But for anyone subdividing, creating lots after 2010, they'd be well aware of that setback rule and have the opportunity to do their lot configurations in a way that their buildings could be set back. So that was the reason for it.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sir, if I could just interject there, I think the concern is that if someone's got an existing building, it would be unfair for them to then have to move it to comply with the setback, and that's certainly not Kira's suggestion. I think we would be concerned that if someone was putting a new building on a pre-2010 site, that they would then there would be a loophole for that. And so I'm wondering if it could be addressed by sort of new buildings on, or you know, I guess moved buildings on a pre-2010 site. But yeah, certainly the intention is not to require existing buildings to require with a setback that came in after they were built. But I guess just because the site was created pre-2010 doesn't mean that new buildings cannot be put on that site. And you know, we wouldn't want them to I guess have an exception from that setback.
As I understand it, there's reasonably common ground that that's the understanding. And I think what council was indicating, or what I heard council saying, was that there's an expectation of a right for parties who have a lot that hasn't been developed, that they can develop it without the imposition of the new framework. Is that, you put it better than I did, but is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
Like as an example, someone may already have a vacant lot right next to the rail that council approved, and it's about ensuring that they can they're constrained, they have no choice but to build that dwelling there.
So just so it's clear, we're not saying that we agree with council on that view, but we've got the positions of the parties clear for a decision.
Yeah, no, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you. Right. Are there any further questions from the panel? No, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gunnell. That was really useful.
Well, thank you for your time. Good afternoon.
Right. Next submitter is Kāinga Ora. Mr. Matheson. Can I just check? Have we got you with us twice over the next 2 days? I'm not. That's a good thing.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
No, so Mr. Stiles will be presenting now on noise.
Yes.
He's not available tomorrow, so
Right.
The Secretary very kindly arranged for him to present today. So he'll be presenting today, and then the main show will be tomorrow.
That's great. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and kia ora koutou everyone. Bill Matheson's my name. I'll be back tomorrow, but Mr. Stiles should be on the screen now.
Yes, we have him there.
Thank
you very much. Kia ora, Mr. Stiles.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel, and thank you so much for accommodating me out of turn. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The floor's all yours.
Great. So I suppose there's been a little bit of water under the bridge since I wrote my evidence. I think the conclusion of my evidence is probably a good place just for me to flick through. I'll assume you've got it handy there from section 4. So the first 2 points there under 4.1 deal with rail vibration. It seems to me that the idea of the vibration controls and the vibration limit originally sought by KiwiRail is essentially to the side now, I think, and it looks like there's general support for the rail vibration alert layer. And that is a provision that I would support as well. I think that the complying with the vibration limits as originally proposed by KiwiRail is incredibly expensive to do, and there's a whole lot of problems associated with it. So I'm glad that we've moved to the alert layer. At point C there, I disagreed in my evidence with the 42A report that rail noise controls are not necessary. I see now that Ms. Price in rebuttal evidence, I think has moved to accepting a form of rail noise control. I think I talk here about KiwiRail's proposal first. KiwiRail are proposing the rail noise controls using a standard 100 metre setback distance, and I've been a bit critical about that in my evidence and talked about a modelling approach. Now, I heard Mr. Brown from KiwiRail talk to you just not long ago and mentioned that the Whangarei situation uses a standard 100 metre setback. I was involved in that process for the council, and I've just checked all those provisions and the maps, and in fact, they, as I recall, adopted a modelled contour in Whangarei. I've checked a section of the network that I'm familiar with that runs through the township, that runs through a cutting, and the setback comes in to around about 30 to 35 metres away from the railway line, where it runs through that cutting. So I stand by my comments that I've made in evidence that I think the modelled control is better, it's more efficient, it's more accurate, and it gets that modelling job out of the way now, whereas if we leave the standard setback in, every potential developer is going to have to do that modelling exercise or some prediction exercise as they go along and as property is developed in the future. So that brings us to, I think, 4.1E2, Roman 2, so that's on the very last page of my evidence. I think the source levels for the rail noise need to be defined in the rule. The methods for defining the attenuation of noise over distance need to be specified in the rule. And the performance standards for mechanical cooling and ventilation should be specified, where doors and windows in houses have to be closed to achieve the internal noise levels. Now, I appreciate those few points are relatively technically complicated. I have worked on these provisions many times with Dr. Childs and others and other plans across the country. And I think that other than for the modelled contours aspect, which we disagree on, I think we do agree on how those points in Romans 2, 3 and 4 should come together, or at least Romans 2 and 3. And I'm wondering whether or not it would be of benefit for Dr. Childs and I to see if we can get as much consistency between us as possible on those issues and present to you a refined rule at some point, just to make your job easier. Other than that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions?
How soon can you do that?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
How soon can you do that?
I can't answer for Dr. Childs, but obviously I'm committed tomorrow in another process. But towards the end of the week, I'll have some time to look at this. So I don't think it would take us very long.
As you said, it's quite complex. I'm trying to get my head around where this takes us. So if you and the other noise specialists get to the place where you've got these specifications clear, but you're still disagreeing on, and to put it in my simple way, either a trigger or a modelled kind of limit, where does that leave us?
I'm guessing a little bit here, but I'm quite confident that Dr. Childs and I could draft a rule that would be largely agreed between us.
Right.
The issues that are not agreed would be very clear. We'd set those out very clearly. And I think that would leave you in a position where you would need to decide whether you want the rule or not.
Would you be agreeing that the rule addresses adverse effects associated with rail noise?
My position is that the rule would address the adverse effects of rail noise on people that come to the noise. It won't do anything about the current level of effect, but it will help with future development, yes.
Right.
And then if you did decide that the rule was worth having, the work that Dr. Childs and I could do would, I think, create a clear picture of what we disagree on and help you decide on the more minor issues.
Thank you. I think we're wildly enthusiastic about that proposition. But can I also suggest that we would want to share that with the planning staff for the respective teams so that we could have their commentary as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was easy, wasn't it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matheson. Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Ka kite. Our next submitter. Sir, the reason I'm not saying your last name is because I don't know how to pronounce it. So if you say it, I'll get it right from there.
Yeah, don't.
Don't?
Don't.
Thank
don't.
you.
Nice
Well,
and
welcome.
simple, nice and easy. I'm sure there's a proper way to pronounce it in another country, but we'll stick with that one.
Thank you very
Keep
much.
it
Well,
simple.
the floor is all yours and we welcome your contribution.
Thank you. So yeah, Warren Don't is my name. Submitted 48 on 3 points relating to the topic 6, the flood maps for Te Puke. That's submission 48.1 through to 48.3. I did have a lot more written down, but I'll probably be able to make it a lot briefer now after a conversation with Tony Clow from the Western Bay. He's been able to put my mind at ease on a number of points, but modify my comments some around the recent changes to the flood maps that have just come to light in July. Basically, I support the recommendation of option 4, which is to delete the proposed flood maps from Te Puke, and for the following reasons. Firstly, I've only just seen the new proposed flood maps from July 23 and where and how they impact my properties. I need time to review these with my experts. Secondly, I'm still waiting on information from council representatives regarding site visits we had back in February earlier this year.
Yes.
I'll come to the reasons why I'm still waiting. It's become clearer in recent times. Firstly, I asked for a copy of the maps in motion to have my expert assess those maps. And not having heard back regarding this request for information, but it appears the reason for this is that the new maps obviously only just got created and Tony's only been able to disseminate those recently. So there was no point in sending out the previous ones as they were going to be wrong, and they appear to have known that. I highlighted on the site visit back in December 22 that topography to my first submission, which is 48.1, I don't know if you've got the maps, but it's probably not that relevant anymore, and that the land identified as floodable sits on a sloping bank, but the council representatives have agreed in the new maps to remove it or change it, which I'm happy with. Yeah. Next one, I highlighted in a site visit in December 22 that topography at the submission 48.3 showed a flood zone on our property that didn't include the stormwater drain that runs adjacent to our property, which is 3 metre lower than the proposed flood zone. The proposed flood zone was instead shown on our land, and our land also sits 1 metre higher than neighbouring properties adjacent, and these were not included in the flood zone. I raised these concerns with the representatives about the quality of the maps back in December at the meetings because of these perceived errors, especially when the specific stormwater drains were not included in the flood maps. The new maps, however, take these my concerns into consideration and have been adjusted for the submission at 48.3, which I'm happy with. At the site visit to submission 48.2 in February, we discussed the overland flow paths and walked the site in detail. Although we didn't agree 100%, there were points that needed further investigation. Unfortunately, nothing was heard back from council representatives relating to concerns raised at these meetings, namely getting my hands on those maps in motion to be able to put to my experts, but we've covered that as to why that didn't become available. And the proposed ponding areas being higher than the overland flow paths. As it's, I've become aware, it's only just recently from Tony that, you know, with the new maps that I didn't have at hand, we're able to move forward with reviewing these and better understanding them and maybe revisit the concerns that we did have. I do feel a little bit aggrieved about the communication from February, from our last meeting, when I asked the questions to not heard anything until August, 6 months later, telling me that there were concerns with the proposed flood maps and the new ones created. However, I have just talked with Tony on this, and it appears he's only recently been able to get his hands on those maps and run them and produce the reports anyway. So, yeah, I understand the limitations and the challenges in putting this stuff together, especially when things are changing midway through. So I accept that there were difficulties in doing that, and he tried his best to get to me, but yeah. Luckily, I've only partially engaged my experts as I was waiting on the information from the site visit in February, so any expense related to that is damages limited at this stage. Basically, in summary, I support the recommendations of option 4 to delete the proposed flood maps. I see there's little other option, noting there are now new maps at hand. I need time to review these changes. I've just seen them in detail now. Submission 48.1 and 3 appear to be correct, which I'm happy with. However, 48.2 has slightly expanded in the flood zones, and I need time for my experts to review these once we have the requested information, namely the maps and the new maps in motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. I have a question of the staff, and then perhaps we can open it up to the panel should they have any queries. Just how does the concerns raised by the submitter, how can they be addressed in this process, given what we've just heard about the legitimate challenges of getting these maps ready and underway, but the hearing process we were in? How do you see this playing out, just so we can all hear it while we're all together?
If the panel was to accept option 4, which is to not proceed with updating Te Puke's flood maps, then Mr. Dont's immediate concerns are addressed and that it's not going into the district plan at this stage. What it would mean, though, that information council holds it, and we have a obligation to make that information public, which we put on our online maps. Again, it would give Mr. Don't the opportunity to challenge that. The information that he was waiting for in February, so my understanding was that, yes, he emailed me. We sent a number of emails back and forward. My response was essentially, instead of me answering this in an email, how about I organise two engineers to go out on site? That was my solution, and they discussed on site. I do have an assessment that followed that meeting, which I could pass on to Mr. Don't. Right. In terms of the images talked about, I think what Mr. Dunn had asked for was the actual flood model itself, which is so big it would need to go on a hard drive.
Yeah.
He wanted to pass it on to his expert to be able to see the event in motion, but as a compromise, ask for pictures. So again, that can be passed on.
Right. That's really helpful. Thank you very much. So does that broadly, if it plays out in that way, does that broadly address your immediate concerns?
Yes, it gives me a
Thank
chance
you.
to review things and put them in front of my expert. And we had conversations around that, yeah. And I appreciate the challenges that they had during the process as well. And so, yeah, no blame left on them. It was just, yeah, we got there in the end and I'm happy with that, yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
Not a question, but just a thank you for the way you've gone about preparing and presenting your submission.
Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. And we had a really good look around your part of the world this morning. So we've got a pretty good understanding of the challenges that you and others are facing there, and likewise the council and its management. So thank you.
Thanks. Cheers.
Omokoroa Country Club, I think, is the next submitter. Yes, he's been here all afternoon, I've noticed. And he must have got nervous. Look, take a seat and we'll wait till he gets back.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. My name's Tracy Hayson. I'm a planning consultant with Hayson Nell. Perhaps we'll just introduce ourselves first and then I'll just do a brief introduction and hand over.
Okay, here we go. Morna Yuga, I'm a landscape architect and urban designer with Boffa Miskell in Tauranga. Yeah.
Kia ora.
And my name's Daryl Scott. I'm a landscape architect as well, and I'm also the director of Omokoroa Country Club, or owner director. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've both, or each of us have just prepared a brief summary of the key submission points, which has been sent through. So if you don't have it, it will be electronically available.
Right. I don't think we have got that.
Yeah, we have some hard copies as well if you would like them.
Here we go. We've got some hard copies. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank
Right.
you. As I said, my name's Tracy Hayson. I'm a director and planner at Hayson Nell. My firm prepared Omokoroa Country Club's submission to the plan change. And OCC was represented by Daryl Scott and Morna Hugo, and my colleague Greg Nell, who is a planner at the Urban Design and Planning Expert Conferencing held on the 1st of August. OCC agrees with the joint witness statement revised rules for section 14A.7. Those are the matters of discretion. And the subsequent section 42A report recommendation by Jeff Hextall to adopt those witness statement amendments to that set of provisions. Mr. Hugo and Mr. Scott will comment further on these matters in their statements. OCC has not provided expert evidence for the hearing and does not wish to comment further on their submission points relating to definitions. I'm just going to provide a brief summary of the key submission matters that are of primary interest to the Country Club. In terms of financial contributions, OCC opposed the proposed per hectare rate for financial contributions for retirement villages and supports the recommendation of the Section 42A report to amend those provisions to retain the 0.5 HHE rate for retirement villages based on their reduced demand on infrastructure and services. Just briefly in terms of the statutory framework, Objective 1 of the NPSUD requires that, and bear with me while I read this because it's important for setting the scene. New Zealand has well-functioning urban environments that enable all people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety now and into the future. The Housing Supply Act requires that Council incorporates the medium density residential standards and intensification policies for Aomakuroa and Te Puke into its district plan and must include the subjective one above in that document. With the NPSUD and HSA focused on the delivery of housing, the requirement for good urban design is at risk of being lost at the expense of housing capacity. Council is best placed to facilitate this well-functioning urban environment by requiring that development achieves a high level of amenity and urban design outcomes. So in terms of urban design, and that is really the key focus of the points of interest to OCC with their submission, the key concern is ensuring that the plan change facilitates good quality urban design and amenity outcomes for higher intensity residential development. So that's where there's 4 or more dwellings. OCC made a number of submission points requesting changes to the provisions proposed in Chapter 14A. The expert conferencing resulted in an updated suite of assessment matters for ADA activities for those 4 or more and other developments. OCC supports the joint witness updated assessment matters and that they provide a comprehensive set of urban design considerations that Council shall consider in assessing whether a development contributes to delivering that high quality and well-functioning urban environment. Critical to Council's ability to adequately assess these matters is the requirement to submit an urban design assessment prepared by a qualified person with all resource consent applications made under that rule. And that was a provision that came out of the joint witness statement. OCC's urban designer, Mr. Hugo, will further explain the importance of this specialist urban design assessment to ensure those quality environmental outcomes. He also recommends some additional assessment matters to better provide for high quality streetscapes. The residential design outcomes document is referenced in an advice note under 14A.7 for urban design guidance. Mr. Hugo has recommended strengthening the link to the RDO through additional wording, as it is the most important tool Council has for ensuring those quality urban design outcomes. And in conclusion, OCC supports option 3 recommendation of the Section 42A report in relation to 14.8.7.1, as agreed in the joint witness statement, to best provide for a positive urban design outcome for the community. The intensification of Aomakuroa and Te Puke does not need to be at the expense of developing high quality urban environments, as the 2 outcomes need not be mutually exclusive. OCC seeks that Council adopts the recommendations of the Section 42A report and Mr. Hugo's additions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just pass over to Mr. Hugo.
Thank you. So just confirming, I did participate in the expert conferencing on urban design and planning and participated in signing that joint witness statement.
Yes.
I've also subsequently reviewed the full joint witness statement and looked at the Section 42A report, and I'm supportive of all the proposed wording changes. In terms of the urban design matters of discretion that have been added, overall the rules of the proposed attachment B are heading in the right direction and do a relatively good job of supporting good urban design outcomes. I do, however, support the view of the Aomakuroa Country Club that there's still substantial room for debate and misinterpretation of the proposed rule framework, and that would lead to poor urban design and visual amenity outcomes and would be locked in for quite a long time and would gradually lead to the deterioration of the Amakoroa Peninsula. Whilst I support the new rules that have been proposed in that urban design section, I'm of the view that they're not comprehensive enough to lock in suitable urban design and landscape amenity outcomes to guarantee the protection of the Amakoroa neighbourhood's quality. It can already be seen even prior to the MDRS rule framework that Amakoroa has come under extensive pressure for intensified residential subdivisions and increased demand for housing. This pressure is not in itself a bad thing, but it can be clearly seen from the several current examples that developers are driven primarily by the wish to include as many dwellings as possible without any real regard for urban design and visual amenity outcomes. The situation will be significantly exasperated under the new MDRS rule changes under Plan Change 92. I think it's important to note that if we don't ensure quality urban design is protected within the plan and aligned with the guidance documents like the New Zealand Urban Design Protocol and the new released medium density design guidelines, amongst others, the end outcome for residents in Amakoroa and other similar areas will be simply dreadful and irreversible in my view. I fully support the need for the urban design assessment to be provided for any development of 4 or more units. And this, in my view, is critical. That is the only method of really ensuring the quality urban design and amenity outcome is achieved. It does over rely on professional experience of a qualified urban designer and subsequent peer review process to be carried out to a high standard. I also support the advice note that's been added under that section referring to the residential design outcomes document, but it's pretty short and I don't think it goes far enough to create that link between the document and the plan, and I suggest the words "and alignment with the key outcomes of the RDO should be demonstrated as part of an urban design assessment process" could be added to that advice note to make it much more clear for anybody going through that process. The RDO document was specifically developed by Council to protect the minimum level of good urban design and amenity outcomes. And whilst not a statutory guidance document, it is essential in my view that this is referenced clearly in the district plan and, as mentioned, is more definitively used as a tool by developers and designers to ensure quality outcomes in Amakoroa. Subsequent to going through a careful review after the joint witness statement process, I felt that there were sort of 3 things that weren't clearly coming through in that rule framework that was quite significantly important. And I suggest that a requirement for a comprehensive landscape plan that gets submitted with an urban design assessment for any development of 4 or more dwellings should be required, and that should be done by a suitably qualified person. I also note that the front yard fencing rule doesn't work in the sense where you could have a road frontage fence that is in fact a rear fence to a boundary and then could be a 2-metre solid fence. So I'm suggesting a requirement that all road frontage fencing have a 1.2 metre solid section, and then anything above that up to 2 metres is 60% visually permeable, and that would be consistent with what's the case along reserve edges and so on. And then the other thing I think that could be written more clearly is a requirement that sufficient design variety and material variations are required between adjacent dwellings within a comprehensive development to avoid monotonous and repetitive outcomes. As I state in my note here, I don't think this is an exhaustive list, and in my professional opinion, these are an absolute minimum to achieve a level of quality. And then the only last item was the note around the development of earthworks affecting the natural topography of Amakoroa. And whilst I understand that flat development sites are something that developers are after, whilst it's not necessarily an outstanding natural landscape, the Amakoroa Peninsula is a very important bit of land into the harbour, and I think that wholesale indiscriminate earthworks should be avoided, and the character of the peninsula needs to be maintained through the rules. That's from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the panel. And my name is Daryl Scott. I'm assuming you've got a copy of my stuff in front of me. I'll go from start. It's a wee bit long, but I'll buzz through it as quickly as I can. My name is Daryl Scott, Director of Scott Partners 2001 Limited, a landscape consultancy business in Tauranga, and Director of Amokoroa Country Club, the proposed retirement village in Amokoroa. I've practiced as a landscape architect for 20 years. I hold the qualifications of Bachelor of Landscape Architecture and also Bachelor of Resource Studies, majoring in Environmental Policy and Planning, both obtained from Lincoln University. I am a local resident of Pahoia, and not sure if you're aware, but that's one peninsula out from Amokoroa, so it's 5 minutes from Amokoroa. I've been in Te Puna Amokoroa for the last 25 years. So I am, with my 4 children attending school, Amokoroa #1 school, I'm heavily involved in the Amokoroa community with school events, boat clubs, sporting events, local fundraising, assisting the golf club and various other professional and personal matters. I confirm that I've read the joint witness statement and the full Section 42A report. The following statement is in support of the submission of Amokoroa Country Club and in my capacity as an expert and a member of the community. Over the past 20 years, Amokoroa has evolved from a quiet seaside settlement into a substantial township. This additional pressure has come at a significant cost of rapidly declining urban design and landscape amenity outcomes. This decline is evident in the attached photos showing subdivisions over different periods. On that next page and the following page, there's 4 photos. Just a correction at the top of page 2, above the first photograph, that should say 2005, not 2025. That's a typo, sorry. But essentially you see the graduation from a 2005 subdivision that's, wide streets, landscaped, no screen fencing, and then you jump forward 10 years, you see the landscaping's gone, the streets are still wide, so there is a degree of amenity there. And then if you turn over again, you now see what's happening in the last 4 or 5 years of the typical type subdivisions that are happening in Amokoroa. And, screen fencing's in, planting's gone, streets are narrow. You only have to look at those 4 photographs that would be pretty difficult to not see a really evident decline in the quality of the streetscape and the urban design in those environments and in Amokoroa. In my experience, onto page 4, community perception and opinion. In my experience, there is an overwhelming collective opinion that the recent developments in Amokoroa in the past 5 years are of an unacceptably low quality with a distinct lack of urban design and landscape consideration.
We're just going to stop for 2 seconds. One of our commissioners is in a bit of a cough, and that's all good.
It's not a problem at all. Might need more than water.
Right, go on. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you. I was just saying, lack of urban design and landscape consideration on line 3. I have not met a resident that is not of this opinion. It is very clearly represented in the media and council open evenings. As an example, I could obtain 300 signatures in a week confirming this statement. It's a really strong theme in Amokoroa, on the sports fields, whether I'm down helping the golf course, I'm at work, I'm at the Fresh Choice, whatever it is. It's very thick and very poignant. So several communications with the chairman of the Amokoroa Community Board support this statement of mine, as is represented in the attached letter. So there's a letter there from the chairman of the Amokoroa Community Board, Peter Presland, and it really, in summary, it states, you probably don't want to read it now, but in summary, it states that he is the chairman, as the chairman, and he, the opinion of the board members and the community is the same. The urban development is in the bathtub, basically, and the design and the consideration that's being given to it is. So I'll let it be read later, but that's the message. I did talk to my solicitor or barrister about this, and I said, can I just go and get 400 or 500 signatures, which would be a piece of cake, and I come in here with them just to show. But the direction was that was sort of outside the statutory type process, but I can't stress enough, I could walk down the street and get those signatures in 2 days. It's a really strong theme. So Schools are complaining of the glaringly obvious reduction in community attachment from both parents and children. Violence has risen significantly, which is also well documented. Streetscapes and buildings are poorly designed and a distinct lack of urban design and landscape amenity considerations, and they are very poorly maintained. It is astounding to me the lack of vision and care from Council as shown by the recently approved developments. Council need to get themselves sorted. Quality environments enhance the social, economic and cultural well-being of the communities, as well as reduce violence and law breaking by creating a sense of place and ownership. This is well documented in the Ministry for the Environment papers. In terms of the role of Council, I'll whiz through this really quickly, but it's important for me to say it because I think it's really important for Council to do what their role is. The Local Government Act 2002 outlines the expectations of councils. Briefly, the purpose of local government is to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities, to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. The role of local authorities is to lead and represent their communities. They must engage with their communities and encourage community participation in decision-making while considering the needs of people currently living in communities and those who will live there in the future. The message is very clear from the community, and as evidenced by recent low-quality development, Council have not taken this seriously. Plan Change 92 is Council's opportunity to ensure future development reverses the trend and urban design is taken seriously. Plan Change 92 process. The process for me has been as follows. We preferred several versions of amended text for PC 92 to the Council prior to notification. That was welcomed and encouraged by Council, but some results, but to little effect. We then lodged the submissions, then the further submissions. Then we had 5 individual meetings over the course of the last sort of 16 months, with Council management and members of the policy team identifying the risks, limited confidence we had in PC 92 and potential solutions. One of which included the chairman and the chairman of the Amokoroa Community Board pleading with Council to take note of the declining urban environment. We attended 4 key stakeholders meetings, then we did the expert witness joint conference. But due to lack of time, the landscaping and earthworks was not covered, and I haven't been sort of informed of where that got to, and I did request that I wanted some updates on that, or some where they got to with that. OCC at this joint witness conference were the only submitted to have an expert urban designer and landscape architect present. All other representation from other parties was either legal or planning on the topic of urban design. So I found that quite frustrating in the sense that there's a planning opinion outweighs an urban designer and a landscape architect. I just don't get that logic. Sorry, I just can't see the logic in that at all. Council, throughout this entire PC90 process, has identified amenity and urban design outcomes as being a high priority. However, the resulting provisions have been a relatively ineffective attempt. The reason I use the term ineffective is that, in my opinion, the results on the ground will be of very low quality and will be even worse than has currently occurred. The context of PC92, the medium density residential standards and the wider Housing Enabling Act are well understood. What is not understood is why Council would not make more of an effort to ensure good quality design and landscape amenity outcomes whilst still enabling intensification. Good quality design does not need to come at the expense of intensification and can still provide affordable developments. There are examples of this all over the country, but for some reason, Council does not look for these for assistance. Successful urban environments and communities require a reasonable standard of urban design and landscape amenity considerations. Suggested improvements to the PC92 are as follows. Incorporate identified improvements as detailed in Mr. Hugo's statement, which in summary are assessment matters for fencing, materiality and landscaping, as well as a strengthened advice note referencing the residential design outcomes document. These are entry-level requirements and they are an absolute minimum. These are not exhaustive, and Council has a responsibility to avoid the creation of long-term slums. I must stress the need for reference to landscape and streetscape directions. as this is almost silent in PC 92, and that is a significant hole and not typical of assessment matters for multi-unit development. I use Prole Road Landscaping Design as an example. Prior to my involvement, they had a street tree every 100 metres, which is never an acceptable outcome. I can only imagine what other streets will look like. Council do have a planting guide, but I struggled to reference this in any section, but particularly this section in PC 92. Additionally, it hasn't been prepared by a qualified landscape architect, and resultantly it is below par. I just sort of feel the list keeps going on in terms of performance and nailing the stuff. See below an example of a comparison between a well-designed street and the current products being completed in Mokoroa. Note the development intensities are the same for both areas. So the top shot there is a photo in Central Otago, and that is of a density similar to the following page, which is the mighty Mokoroa. So that's the sort of product that this council is spitting out and or allowing, I should say. And it's just not even close to acceptable in my view. A few trees, get some controls in there and make the whole place nicer. So I just don't get why they're not doing that. As noted in the Section 42A report, council are relying on their key, specially written urban design guide, the Residential Design Outcomes document, by way of a weekly written advice note to manage the urban design quality. If it is important, as they've identified that it is, then why would the link to assessing development proposals not be strengthened? There's no logic to that case. If they say they want it in, accept the strengthened advice note, that it would be illogical not to, because they're saying it's important. So allow us to strengthen it and get more teeth. The rules written now will dictate the future of Mokoroa well after we are all gone. Lack of improvements to PC 92 leave council with very little teeth to ensure a quality outcome. I have been witness over many years to this many times as large experienced companies and organisations bulldoze their way through weekly written policy, and the result is a low quality urban design outcome. It is noted that there is significant pressure from commercially invested developers and large organisations to cut it up, sell it off and move on. This is very evident when reviewing the submissions. If they can get away without creating a quality environment, they will, as the great majority of these operators have shown in the past. There is no motivation to invest in quality if the district plan rules do not require it. We support council's, almost finished, thank you. We support council's position in Section 42A report that the proposed reduction of urban design controls, as proposed by some commercially driven developers, are generic and do not provide sufficient identification of matters which could adversely affect the delivery of well-functioning urban environments. The evidence of this deteriorating situation is on the ground, it is real, and what is proposed will be significantly worse. The reason I say significantly worse is because the controls are less than they used to be. The market does not dictate the quality of the development. It is inaccurate to think this. A standard, even if it is only of medium quality, must be set. Quality environments make great communities and a defining sense of place, which is a positive for all those involved. This should be driven by a quality district plan document. I support the recommended changes of the Section 42A report, including the provisions agreed in the joint witness statement and the inclusion of additional provisions as set out by Mr. Hugo. What we are asking is not a huge shift, but it would make a huge difference to the local community of Mokoroa. I have limited confidence in council to achieve this and ask you to take this seriously and add some value for the community of Mokoroa and the wider region in regards to the above matters. After all, these are the people it affects. And I just wanted to have a wee caveat. It's important to note that this statement is not a hit at council staff, it's a hit at the document, and so I wouldn't want anyone to think that it's a crack at anyone. It's just they've been great to work with and I've tried to help, but the document just hasn't delivered. It just hasn't got there, so that's sort of my evidence. And it's, as I said, it's just incredibly disappointing. Decent assessment criteria cannot be created. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation from the three of you. Perhaps I'll just invite any questions or queries from the panel.
Thank you all three for your presentation. That was really helpful. I just had a couple of questions because both Mr. Hugo and Mr. Scott, you've talked about some additional provisions. And you said that, well, first of all, when Mr. Hugo was speaking, I'd written down, was this discussed during caucusing, but clearly it wasn't. So those extra provisions around fencing and landscape plans. Was there any discussion around whether you could have an additional caucusing session on landscape?
No, that wasn't discussed. That was the session that we attended. It was an urban design and planning session, but.
And the provisions around fencing, are those, I'm not familiar with the rest of this district plan, so are they currently in any sections within the district plan at the moment?
It is currently in there, but it only refers to reserve and open space edges. So it doesn't actually define, there's some frontage rules, but there's nothing that safeguards any other road boundaries. So it's just picking up on an existing rule and just
making sure that it's within section 14A.
Yeah, so it's just a bit of tweaking, really.
Okay, thank you.
We spent a few hours out in your settlement this morning having a bit of a look around, and there's a lot on. There's particularly a lot down your way at the present time where the country club's being developed. And I'm keen to check in with you. I made a comment, I think staff disagree with me, probably rightly so. Has the horse bolted? So is there so much now approved by way of consent or under development that there's not much space left in Omokoroa?
I couldn't comment on all the consents. I know a lot of landowners out there are still in the design phase. Right. So I would say no. It would have been better to have achieved this earlier, but it's better now than not at all. So there's still a number of developments still to come through the design and consenting process.
Yes, and it's been really useful having Mr. Hugo's contribution, proposed amendments to wording, but I still hear what you're all saying, which is that's the kind of entry level response to it. Question to the council: do you have urban designers or landscape architects that you've utilised in the process of developing your positions? I'll add the second piece to it so that you can respond at one time. So if there was further expert caucusing, which is landscape architects and designers, is the council in a position to put, an appropriately qualified expert in the room for a discussion around these elements? So I hear what you're saying, much as I value planners over landscape architects any day of the week. I'm interested in whether that might be possible and how you could contribute to that.
We had an external urban design expert involved from Becca, which helped us prepare a new set of provisions for the urban design matters of discretion in advance of the expert conferencing. Yes. We also have an internal urban designer, although perhaps not in the opinion of some, but they are an urban designer.
Oh, that's fine. So if and I'm not saying it's the case, you were directed into some further expert caucusing in that space, is the council happy to be a willing contributor to that alongside Omokoroa or others who might have expertise in that space?
Well, in my view, we had the expert conferencing deliberately to discuss those matters and agree, and they were agreed, including by OCC.
Yes, I guess unless I've heard wrong, I understood that the expert conferencing was for landscape architects or the landscape profession, but the council, for its part, for its own reasons, brought planning participants to that. So I'm thinking about what expert conferencing is about, and the best way to achieve outcomes from that, and is to have those disciplines together without being fettered by other disciplines at that time, at least.
It's over to you, but there were urban designers, there were planners.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And an agreement was reached after much difficulty. We got there. And this is, like Mr. Scott said, wasn't just in 2 hours. There's been a lot of discussions over the last year. So we got an agreement, and also just a comment that earthworks was discussed, not for long, but it was discussed. But it was my understanding that Mr. Scott did not want to be involved with that, and he left the meeting at that point.
Yes.
And therefore, any further conversations about that were had with the other attendees who did express an interest in that.
Sure.
And we did do that the next day onwards.
If I may just clarify, I believe I was the only urban designer on that expert conferencing call, just on that point. And then on the earthworks point, we're just supporting the fact that it is important to be kept in there because there was some submission from Kaingaroa wanting to remove that. Right. We're not asking for a change, we're just supporting that it's in there. But it is very difficult in an online phone call conferencing session in a short period of time to get a set of rules perfect. So hence the suggestion for a few additions.
Yes. And I think we've acknowledged on any number of occasions over the past few days, this is complex and difficult space to work in, so it's hard to get resolution. I'm just very conscious of the experience we had this morning of working our way through Omokoroa, and I think was it the Goldstone development, which is the last one we ended at, which is a series of terraces on a prominent site, that it was relatively evident to us that you could see the evolution of housing patterns in Omokoroa, and we're thinking about these challenges as best we can as well. So we'll have a bit of a think about how we might respond to your submission. We really
And I do think
appreciate
it's
your
pretty
contribution.
clear when you look at those developments, the damage that's actually being done to the landform. And look, we all want flat land to build on, but we've got to be realistic. This is a peninsula into the harbour. It's quite an important bit of land.
Yes. We really do appreciate your submission. Thank you very much, and thanks for your time and contribution.
Thank you.
Sir, just as a point of clarification,
Yes.
the joint witness statement does list who attended, so you can see that there was Mr. Hugo as an urban designer and Georgina Dean as an urban designer
Yes.
for the council. So that list is in the
Thank you, that's
statement.
appreciated. We'll go back and have a further look at that statement. Thank you. Right, I think that concludes the participation of submitters today, but, well, not all submitters. If we come back to the council, we've got a number of summary statements and contributions from staff to hear before the day is out. So for those submitters who have attended, you're very welcome to stay. But if you have got other commitments, you're very welcome to go. We're
2 minutes.
yes, and we're just going to take 2 minutes to have a bit of a stretch, and then we'll come back and hear from council staff. Thank you. Back to the council team.
Thank you. Here we go. The presentation's back up on screen. When we paused yesterday, Mr. Manihira was still speaking to section 12, and I understand he's got a couple of final points on that.
Yeah, I just had just really briefly just a few points to finish off yesterday. Just the first point was the panel had a question for Mr. Clow around the location of evidence pertaining to the Omokoroa wastewater pipe and capacity. In the section 32 report, pages 66 to 68, you will find the analysis of that.
Sorry, what were the pages again?
Pages 66 to 68. And there's analysis of wastewater for Omokoroa.
Thank you.
You heard a bit from me yesterday and a bit from Regional Council today about this hydraulic assessment.
Yes.
And the difference in opinion is around timing. I just wanted to report that information came through today that that hydraulic assessment is underway. And to the extent that draft plans have already been prepared. The philosophy behind the design is attenuation within subcatchment N1 so that there is no increased flow through the culvert that passes beneath the KiwiRail asset. So that's what they're targeting at the moment.
Right.
Too early in the assessment at this stage to know whether that's achievable. But that's what they're aiming for. The expectation is that the hydraulic assessment will be completed this year.
Right. Thank you.
And just one more point to make, which was related to, I guess, the cultural landscape for Omokoroa.
Yes.
And evidence received from Urban Tauranga Task Force. They were questioning an existing district plan rule, which requires a controlled activity resource consent for earthworks in Omokoroa. And that rule links back to Appendix 7, Section 4.8, which outlines cultural monitoring protocols for Pirirako.
Yes.
Just mentioning that Urban Task Force have asked for that rule to be deleted. However, it's an existing district plan rule. The scope of change through Plan Change 92 is really just to pick up on the fact that Omokoroa now has a stage 3 as part of its structure plan. But otherwise, there's no other changes to that rule. So the recommendation is that the rule is still retained.
Can you set out what the reason for the request was?
The reason is that the rule conflicts to an extent with regional council provisions around earthworks.
Right.
The regional council provisions relate to the management of bulk earthworks and discharges of either dust emissions or contaminated water.
Yeah.
The purpose of the district plan rule is around cultural effects.
Yes.
And ensuring that there is some provision in there for inquiring about those effects at small scale earthworks.
Yes. Thank you. That's useful.
Thank you.
We'll now pass to Ms. Price to talk about Section 4C amenity, which may have perhaps been superseded to some extent by today's evidence, but she'll provide a summary.
I won't be too long on this just because we've already heard from the experts this afternoon, but I just wanted to touch on my rebuttal evidence and what we've heard additionally from Mr. Stiles this afternoon from Kaingaora. And that is around the modelling. That is something that when I read his rebuttal evidence, I thought would probably be beneficial for this exercise, given that the location of the railway is within a cutting in Omokoroa and Te Puke, and I'm not sure if you saw that today on your site visit.
Yes,
it is a unique situation, and the evidence presented by Mr. Childs it stated that it was the 100 metres was for a railway line across a clear ground. Whereas what we're seeing in Omokoro and Te Puke is different to that. It isn't a cutting, so that would immediately create some level of restriction for the noise. So it would be good to see where that buffer would actually naturally sit. In what I proposed in my rebuttal evidence, I found was some kind of pragmatic approach that you were not requiring every single new dwelling within 100 metres to provide an acoustic assessment, which costs a couple of $1,000s from what I've seen in Mr. Stiles' evidence.
Yes.
But it limits it to those that are within 50 metres, and it does make it a little bit more limited. So what I've just shown here on these two maps is this is an approximate 50-metre buffer on either side of the actual track line, whereas the rule wording from Mr. Charles was for 100 metres from the designation boundary. So the designation boundary, particularly in Omokoroa, is actually about 20 to 30 metres wide. So you're already getting some form of buffer from where the noise is generated on the rail track itself.
Right.
So I've just shown the little buffer, 50 metres wide, which captures, in Omokoroa particularly, quite a large area of already developed residential area. There's a pocket at this end where it's still to be developed, and a little area up here as well. In Te Puke, you can see the same. It covers quite a large area of industrial land already, and a smaller area of residential at this end, and really just covers just to the edge of the road, the main highway here. I appreciate that you've suggested that, or that actually Mr. Stiles suggested that they get together and form some wording around a rule. I would appreciate that that council get the opportunity to look at that, given that the wording that's been presented so far doesn't really fit with our current district plan wording, and it would be great to be able to align that so we've got consistency throughout the district plan.
Yeah, for clarity, we're very keen that you are able to participate in that, and not perhaps at the end either, but when it's appropriate during the development of that.
Yeah, so I really do appreciate that. Thank you. So I think that's actually all I've got on that at the moment, given what we've already heard from the experts. So I'm happy to pass on now to Tony, I think, Mr. Clow.
Thank you. Just while we're still on this matter, just had a quick look at our maps, because you asked earlier how many properties might be, pre-2010 or whatever. Just having a look for Mokoroa, there's a lot of existing development north of the railway. There's no potential there for further houses within 10 metres, but there's about 15 larger properties, more like greenfield properties in general. And I would say that when development was to happen, new lots would be created, and they'd be after 2010 anyway. So I don't see there being a lot of risk perhaps for KiwiRail of a proliferation of lots of houses within 10 metres on the current lots. And Te Puke's a little bit similar. There's about 20, 25 properties adjoining the railway there. Those are quite a bit bigger. I guess there is potential for another sort of 10 or 15 houses close to the railway.
But they would trigger that new lot direction anyway.
Depends on their age. I assume that most of them are pre-2010, but there's not exactly a large number of opportunities to build within 10 metres of a railway on those existing lots, no matter what their date is.
There appears to be a fair bit of infill housing there.
Yep.
Right. How hard would the exercise be to specify it at some level of detail? If you don't think that's worth it as an exercise, because I know we're putting quite a bit on your plate, just do say so. But if it's possible to quantify, then that might be helpful for our consideration.
It wouldn't be too difficult. Just be a matter of looking at each of those properties, drawing a 10-metre setback, perhaps.
Right.
So yeah, we can do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next topic. This is an ecological feature. It was part of a report myself and Miss Mark, she's on maternity leave, wrote together. So the landscape matter is now aside because the regional council have withdrawn that. But for the ecological matter, this is a property in Omokoroa. 100 metres from the railway, 10 metres from the railway. It's a 50-metre buffer. It's 50 metres wide, 20 metres from the railway. But for the ecological matter, this is a property in Omokoroa. 100 metres from the railway, 10 metres from the railway. It's a 50-metre buffer. It's 20 metres from the railway. But for the ecological matter, this is a property in Omokoroa. And in context, you can't quite see, but it's just to the north of the Brunning property, so quite close to the state highway. The plan change didn't propose any new ecological areas or any changes to those, but we did list it as a qualifying matter to make the MDRS less enabling, because the district plan would trigger a resource consent for any dwellings within that area. The submitter, Mike and Sandra Smith, taken the opportunity to see if they can have a correction made to that. Starting with the picture on the left, that's the recommendation from the Section 42A report. So you've got the purple area that I don't need to highlight, but that's an existing dock covenant, and that's what the submitter originally asked, if the feature could be taken back to that point. And we had our own expert, Mr. Brian Norton from Nautilus, who's recommended that we don't take the ecological feature back to the covenanted area, because there's actually the values that were sought to be protected by the green line, which is the current district plan, actually includes freshwater wetland and a lot of the features and characteristics that were identified as important by DOC back in 1994 when this was put in the district plan. So our recommendation was to just take the green line and adjust it with the yellow line. That is basically the upper extent of the freshwater wetland, and everything further inland of that yellow line is more dry land, not aligning with the description in the district plan. But potentially there are some values beyond the green line. And I think Mr. Norton's of the opinion there still are some ecological values beyond the green line, but our scope is that we never intended to increase the feature size.
Yes.
The picture on the right, you'll see that the submitter identified a few more areas there in the, not so good with this red thing, I'm going to put that down. But you'll see in the sort of beige colour 3 new areas, and I've put an arrow to 1, and that's a further area that Mr. Brian Norton agrees it can be removed from the ecological feature because it aligns with the contours and the position of the freshwater wetland. But the other areas to the north and to the south, he's of the opinion that they should stay included in the ecological feature. This is despite there being a farm track or grazing, because in his opinion, once you remove the grazing, that ecological feature will come back to its natural state.
So at present, you'd say it's degraded but present?
Degraded but present, and with the opportunity to rebound to its natural state if it wasn't used for grazing.
Thank you.
And also I think the point he was making is that in that area to the north, some of that is within council Esplanade Reserve. So if a subdivision was to happen, council would take that land and look to restore that land, that feature too.
Through the section where the farm track is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the recommendation, just to make that one further change where the arrow is.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? No. Thank you very much.
Great. I'm trying to go to the next slide if anyone can tell. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So natural hazards, we've had one submitter so far, Mr. Don't, and he was talking about the Te Puke maps on the right there. You won't find his property on that map, but due to scale. We've got also the regional council who are here today supporting recommendations. That's in their evidence. They didn't speak to it today just because of timing. And,
yes.
But on the left, you've got Omokoroa, and what we proposed. We don't often update the district plan maps because there's a lot of work that goes into natural hazard mapping and going through risk assessment and getting that opportunity. But through Plan Change 92, we decided to update our natural hazard maps. For Mokoroa, the proposal was to update the flood maps, so the existing flood maps. They're very old, I think they're from 2006. They're based on a 2% AEP or 50-year flood event. Without climate change, so very out of date.
Sorry, when did you say they were done?
What's that, sorry?
When were those maps produced?
2006.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, in the lead up to the district plan review.
Yes.
And so we've updated it with some new maps that were finished in 2020. So they're based on a 1% AEP 100-year flood in the year 2130, so at least 100 years of climate change. And those maps were sent, or the letters were sent to landowners in 2020 and sent out again when we updated the LiDAR, the contour information. So there's been extensive opportunity to be involved, and that's perhaps why there weren't many submissions on those maps. We just made 2 minor changes as shown there, just little results that didn't quite look right. Puddles sitting on slopes that we knew weren't quite right. So the recommendation is to retain that. Also, there are some areas in the gully system, the natural open space we've seen before, that will have flooding and coastal inundation. That coastal inundation is part of a much larger study for Tauranga Harbour, but we're just taking the opportunity to update the district plan where we can, in this case an urban area where some value to include it. The other change was the liquefaction. So the stage 3 area, which you can see down there in the green, initially that was the focus of our plan change for Mokoroa that we were preparing. And we've done a lot of work to do liquefaction mapping to a level B, level of assessment, which is a calibrated desktop study. For that, we had piezometers put in the ground, we had hand auger testing, there was quite a bit of work done to actually get some real results of what soil types were there and the groundwater levels. And so we had some really good results for that. The RMA Amendment Act came into effect and we put that plan change on hold, and we received some regional liquefaction maps, but they're only to a level A level assessment, so not to the same standard of accuracy. The plan change proposed to include these with some rules, but we soon moved away from that in our own submission. We've said actually we don't think that's the best way of doing things. We've withdrawn putting in the liquefaction maps and the associated rules because we'd like to get those maps more accurate. So for the rest of Mokoroa and for Te Poki, those maps are only level A, and we want to spend some time getting those more accurate. We've got a project underway at the moment with a consultant to do that for us. In the meantime, Section 106 of the RMA allows us to look at significant risk from natural hazards through subdivision consent, and we can rely on our building code and building act to deal with land use. So that was the reason for that recommendation. Also, the same applies within Te Poki.
So for the development we've been talking about this afternoon, that's underway, the earthworks and the consented activity in Mokoroa, are you confident the assessments have been done to satisfy any concerns that might emerge in relation to any of those hazards?
So even before our proposal, subdivisions were required in practice to have a liquefaction assessment with geotechnical reports. So I suspect those are pretty recent applications within the last year that they would have done that work.
Is it level B standard that you're talking about?
It's a little bit different with resource consent. There's various levels that you need to achieve. If you're actually doing a development, I think you need an even more accurate level of detail than a level B because it's at a smaller scale, development scale. So they would have done that.
Thank you very much.
Just to finish off, Te Poki flood maps. So the current maps, not as old as Fort Mokoroa. They were last put into the district plan in about 2015. They were a 2% AEP, so 50-year flood. With climate change, I believe, might have been only out to 2090. So a little bit out of date and out of step with current practice. Again, we took the opportunity to update them, and we used a model that was prepared by Joint Regional Council in Western Bay. It's a joint model, did it together. We used a consultant to do that, and we took the opportunity to use that model that was already existing to update the Te Poki flood maps. I went on a number of site visits, including the submittees met today, about 15 or 20 of those, and we made some changes where we felt were necessary. But in December, the Regional Council expressed concerns that it might have been an error in the model, and as we started to flesh that out, it turned out there were a few other things that they had seen. So I was in a position where I'd been on site visits, we made recommendations, but I did know there was a possibility that there was something that needed to be fixed. So I went about that process with the Regional Council and the flood modeller and council staff, and it went down to the wire. it was the day that the 42A reports needed to be published that we got confirmation from Regional Council's peer reviewer that the maps were suitable for inclusion in the district plan. However, the outcome was that around 200 extra properties affected. Some of those, it was 217 actually. Some of those were council properties, and I haven't worked out how many, but looking at the maps, you can see there are a significant number of private properties that are affected, that those people did not receive the letter we sent out in August last year. They haven't had the chance to make a submission, and we felt that it would be unfair on them to try and update the flood map and not really give them any chance to have time to think about it or get a review or an assessment done. So that was why our recommendation was for Te Poki, that we think it's best to hold off for now. And although we believe the new maps are correct, that for now we leave the current district plan maps as they are. They've still got flood maps, still got the opportunity to trigger resource consents. And we've still got the new information as well, which would allow the building tent to look at it. So, but in terms of giving landowners the fair opportunity, it was our recommendation that it would be better done perhaps through the next plan change that we do. Otherwise, anyone who's newly affected, we would send letters to anyway as a matter of practice before putting those online.
Thank you. Any queries or questions from the panel? Yeah.
So this one's quite a minor issue, but I thought we should address every section. One of the submitters in Omokoro has picked up that the plan change has introduced a structure plan that has walkway, cycleway networks. In some cases, they are within 30 metres of a property boundary. There's a existing rule in section 10 that public trails must be no closer than 30 metres from the boundary. So there's a conflict there where the structure plan's saying this is where it needs to go, but a rule's saying actually you're not allowed to do that because you need a resource consent. We don't think it's an issue. We had a look at the exemptions provided under that yard rule, or setback rule, sorry, and it says except where a plan has been prepared under the RMA, and to us the structure plan's been prepared under district plan, therefore RMA, therefore there's no problem. So that's that one.
Thank you.
I think that's the end of the council's opening.
Thank you. And thanks for your patience and moving your team out to the end. Sewing and council staff, we really do appreciate your contribution, and we look forward to having you alongside us over the next couple of days as we hear from other submitters and perhaps round back to you before we adjourn the hearing. Thank you. Right, we're going to close the hearing.
We all need to win a karakia, don't we?
Yes.
Me noi tātou, te atau ki a tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki, a uhi korauti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki